It's time. Welcome to the stream, hosted by The Juice. Prepare for takeoff. Let's go.
We won't bow down. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down,
What it do, guys? It's your boy, The Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by The Juice. Big welcomes those of y'all tuning in, guys. Man, breaking news, man. It's crazy. This is crazy. I don't even know where to start tonight. I really don't. There's been a lot of breaking news surrounding the ransom. Man, there's so many angles to go with this. Initially, for me, for the longest time, I really was somebody who did not believe the ransom was real. I think for a short amount of time, I thought the ransom was real. I think I spoke to a gentleman by the name of Army who kind of changed my thoughts for a moment. But I've never really been a big believer in the ransom. So, man, we definitely got to address some things tonight for sure. And it's changed a lot of people's perception based on what they think, who they think it is. Whew. Where do we start? But anyways, I want to just go ahead and just, of course, like usual, I want to start it off with a prayer here before we even dive into anything. It's currently, what time is it? 12:46. 151 days now. If you count, well, it's really 150 for me, but I mean, we're going into the next day, so technically 151 days since Nancy Guthrie has gone missing. The days just keep going by, guys. They just keep on going by, and it's sad. Poor lady, really. My heart goes out to the Guthrie family. It's just sad, sad thing. Let's just jump right into a prayer here. Join me. Feel free if you want to join me for a prayer, and then we'll take off and talk about the ransom note, and also just open up the phone lines. Prayer for Nancy, folks. Dear Heavenly Father, wanted to take this time out to thank you for another blessing. You blessed me with a beautiful Tuesday going into a Wednesday morning. Father, I want to thank you for blessing me with the opportunity to just get on stream tonight and interact with the viewers. Father, thank you for blessing me to be surrounded by so many wonderful people. And Father, I just want to thank you for continuing to help me and help us all keep hope for the Guthrie family, and our families as well as each other, and continue to keep us all safe. Continue to, as always, pray for one another and look out for one another, whether good or bad. In dear Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Of course, we got to take a little moment of silence here for Nancy, of course. You know how we do it, folks. $151 days since Nancy Guthrie has gone missing. 151 days. As we all know, Nancy had went over to Annie and Tommaso's house the night just before she went missing, and we learned Tommaso was the one and only person to last see Nancy alive. So much has happened throughout this entire case. It's insane. Today we learned that the ransom letter rumors have been fake this entire time. And it was released by several media stations, so we know for sure, it's a fact. One thing I wanted to address tonight was, TMZ was the one that made the decision to publish the ransom letters. It was, I can't blame them, but I've always said this since day one, that it just really didn't help this investigation at all. But I think the good thing about us learning that this ransom letter is fake is the fact that now we can put this to rest. We can stop talking about the ransom letters as much anymore. It's no longer really in the picture for the most part. We don't have to be confused anymore with the ransom thing. Now, people are still going to question whether or not it was, whether or not it's a burglary or, simply just targeted. You guys know my take on that. I think for sure this was simply for pain. I've said that for months now. It's simply to inflict pain. I don't think there was any other intent but that. Why is a question that I can't answer. But I mean, there's just so many ways to look at this now. What amazes me the most is what's crazy is I was sitting back and I was listening to JLR, and I want to say pretty much almost every single caller that calls in thinks it's Annie and Tommaso. And it seems like they're more. So, I mean, people think even more now that Annie and Tommaso have something to do with it. I don't know. I have no idea. I do believe the person that's in that mask is, well, let's say ski mask. I think that there's actually a mask under the ski mask. I don't think that person showed their real face. Not only that, now we no longer have to question whether or not this guy is the person that was writing the letters. But we still have to question whether or not who might have wrote these letters. That's the only thing, though, because obviously somebody still has to, somebody's got to get caught for this. I mean, because this has interfered with the investigation in a huge way. And it bothered me from day one when TMZ decided to publish this. Because it was, for one, it's unverified, it's unvetted, it's ultimately fake ransoms. It actively just interfered with a live, criminal investigation. And I think by them entertaining these letters, it literally, it just amplified this whole thing. They didn't just spread like confusion. They polluted the information amongst the environment with false narratives. And that's their mistake. That's fine. But I don't think that they should have just put that out there. I think they should have just gave it to the FBI and left it up to them to publicly, put this out there. Now, I understand there were other news stations that received this letter, although I don't think any other news station, from what I can recall, entertained it as much as TMZ did. But I think that by him entertaining it so much, it just made it harder for everybody else. Not only that, it made it harder for law enforcement to separate leads from all the noise. That's just how I feel. And here we are. The FBI literally had to waste time to, publicly correct misinformation instead of focusing on the disappearance itself. And that's how I feel about it. And TMZ, they didn't just report a story, they inserted themselves into the case. For me, that's just the way I felt about it since day one. And I'm not trying to put TMZ down. I'm just saying it really bothered me. But I feel like they inserted themselves into this case in a way that it just created nothing but distraction. That's all it did. And I said this the other day, I'm going to say it again. And I think people need to be more careful about what they hear when something's stated, where they get their information from, because there's been so many rumors that people don't even know what the facts really are anymore. People really aren't paying attention to certain things that are said. So I got to say this again. Watch it again. When Savannah came out, and I think this is what really made people start to think even more that the ransom letters were real. And I get there's other things, but one of the reasons was because Savannah came out and made that statement when she said she tends to believe they're real. She said she tends. That's not a straightforward answer. That's not someone who truly believes that they're real. That's confusion. It's just simply confusion. It's just not straightforward. It's not a particular conclusion. It's, it leaves room for doubt. And that specifically means, she's not ruling out alternatives entirely. But it just amazed me to see how many people think even more that it was, that it's Tommaso and Annie that have something to do with it. Have they been silent too long? How do you know, where are they? Why does the community think it's them? Why does it seem like more people think now that they have something to do with this? I don't really get it. It hasn't really changed the way that I felt. I just feel like now I don't have to really worry about this ransom thing as much or think about it much anymore. But I think for me personally, they've been silent way too long, and I don't think you can normalize the length of time that they've been silent. It raises question to me. So, the question would be, for everyone else, what do you take from this? And we'll open up the phone lines to see what everybody thinks. But I mean, this was just crazy. It was good news. I don't like the fact that everybody's getting their hopes up about Mr. Colella, thinking that he's going to come out and say something. I don't think so. I really don't. I don't. So you can expect all you want for Colella to. Everybody's entitled to their opinion and what they think. But if you want to expect Colella to come out and say something like he has something to do with this, by all means, go ahead. Because today we found out that the ransoms were all fake. So now, what would Colella really have to do with it even more at this point? Because he was one of the only ones that got caught by inserting himself by trying to do a ransom letter himself. So I mean, hey, I don't think he has any information. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't see it. But they traced the first two notes to the same non-suspect. The crypto wallet, the test that they did, that failed. The person that was doing this, the hoaxer, he never claimed any of the money. The third note also came from someone unrelated to the case. All the notes were sent to media. None of them were sent to the investigators. None of them were sent to the family. Well, besides the one, Derek Colella did, but that's about it. But there was no evidence that supported any of the communications that took place. None. So as far as I'm concerned, it was just a whole lot of inconsistencies. Big welcome to those of you guys tuning in, by the way. I didn't even get a chance to say hello to those of you guys in the chat. Let me get this chat pulled up. I'm gonna open up the phone lines right away here. We'll watch some videos too. I wanted to share something that made it in the UK, brought to my attention. I think it was I think it's Gary Brucato. I'm not really a big believer on his theory. However, I thought it was an interesting one, so I figured we'll share it tonight. He did an interview with Brian Ensign yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to watch it, and I still haven't watched it, but it's always interesting to hear his thoughts. Big welcome to Made in the UK. Good to see you, by the way. Welcome. Shouts to all the mods tuning in. Shouts to all the members plugging in here tonight. Cali Girl, welcome. Lisa, big welcomes. Ladybug, welcome. Daisy, Blue Eyes, up to Chelsea 84. Danny, D-Log 74. C. Shelley. Sis Robin Ray, good to see you. Christian, Fin Fan says hi, Trey. Hi, Fin Fan. Is it Tracy? Tracy Trace? Hope I said that right. Good seeing you. Big welcomes. Michelle, good seeing you. So many folks plugging in so far here. Angel Sutton, big welcomes, by the way. Savage CC Investigates. Man, looks like we got several people tuning in on this late Tuesday night. Well, Wednesday morning now. Ladybug, welcome. Looks like Linda 256 in the building as well. Grandmom. Nice seeing you all. Nice seeing y'all. Glad to see a lot of you guys in the chat. Good to see a lot of familiar names in the chat here as well. Patriot Pride in the building. Sheesh. Colleen, good seeing you. Shouts Patriot Pride. No, I love me some Patriot Pride, man. If you guys haven't heard of Patriot Pride, make sure you go check that channel out. Shouts Patriot Pride. Much, much love to them. And he also says, hi, everyone. Thanks for the love. Indeed. Indeed. Flicker Fate, thanks for the $5 super chat. She says, I've been saying none of the ransom notes are real. Yeah, I've never really been a big believer when it comes to I just haven't. Christy, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. She says, day 151, I think we are now cooking with gas. Sheesh. It seems like it. It seems like it. JLR says something big is coming soon. He's got a feeling something big is coming soon. I don't think so, guys. I think it's just going to be days and days going by. But at least we know the FBI is actually working on things. That's a good sign, right? Why it took this long to come to the conclusion that the ransoms are fake, I don't know. Because remember, they had a lot of trouble tracing the sender, and it looks like they got somewhere. So that means, to me at least, that they have somebody in mind or of interest pertaining to the fake ransom letters, but not pertaining to the actual perp that was out in front of Nancy's. So I don't really know if that's really good news, besides us, no longer having to consider there was a demand for money. But now we still, for me, it just helps me with my theory even more, because now I don't have to really question whether or not this was, for money. I've told you guys, I go back and forth with a lot of stuff. But I really, even more, that's one thing that's out for me. I don't even have to question it anymore. Now for me, if you ask me what I think, it's specifically for pain at this point. No back and forth on that note for me. Ladybug, thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. Wow. We'll have a community name pretty soon. Shouts to Connie. Oh, my goodness. It's always back to back with the gifted memberships. Much love, Connie, man. God bless you for the gifted. And if you guys are officially members, as always, Savage CC Investigates, welcome, by the way. If you guys are all officially members now, make sure you thank Connie. Welcome to the family. Those of you guys that are now members, Digital, Brittany CH, Chemistry Queen, Lady Daz, is it Lady Daz? Quentin, looks like Dusty, Savage, and Tazboy, as well as Rita, Sharon, and Steve. All officially members of the channel. All thanks to Connie. My goodness. What a blessing. What a blessing. All right, guys. I'm going to just open up these phone lines. I want to hear everybody's thoughts. I want to just chime in on everybody's thoughts. We're going to switch it up. I usually just analyze a few things as far as the videos and, the perp, but we'll do that along the way, because I already know some people are going to bring things to my attention that I'm probably going to have to pull up on the screen anyways, or we'll just kind of do it afterwards. So let's just chime in. Let's just get the phone lines up. I know I missed a couple calls today. People were reaching out. But I was a little bit caught up today, so I couldn't really get to anybody's phone calls today. It's going to be busy, really busy this whole entire month for sure because, we got a lot going on. Court coming up on the 13th and the 17th. So that's getting real close. Shouts 857. I know 857 is officially, his case has been officially dismissed. And it's crazy because we got the same judge. But we're not going to talk about my part. This the juice.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm doing all right.
Morning. It's Julie from Alaska. I've talked to you before.
Yeah,
General
I
Genobi.
remember. Welcome back.
Thank you. I don't know where to start.
So what do you what
I don't know where
So what do you
where to start.
where do you stand with this? Like where do you think this takes us? Where does this
Well, I've always felt that those were never real. They were never real. Never real. People will take advantage of a dire situation. Look what happened to the guy in California that's going to plead. People will take advantage of a situation and try to make something off of it.
Yeah.
And I've always felt like, why are they writing TMZ? If it ever comes up that TMZ faked all this, that'll be crazy. But why would you not, if you really wanted some money, try to take it off of NBC? They have a lot of money. Go to them. Set them up. Tell them, I never thought it was a cartel. Cartel doesn't play that way. They're not going to go for a Bitcoin. They will give you proof of life. But I've never felt it was real. None of it. I really thought it was people taking advantage of a situation because they saw it on TV. And once they saw TMZ would post these things, they ran with it. Yes, TMZ inserted themselves into this. For whatever they do, they're out to make money. And I don't, it doesn't matter what people think. Mother Teresa could come down in spirit and say she did it. They will still believe it was A&T. Their lives are ruined. I heard someone on JLR say tonight, why don't they stay at their house? Would you, the way the public's acting? No, I wouldn't stay there. Your house is no longer your house.
Yeah.
But I do want to, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, but you don't think if they were more actively out here, they would, kind of turn the volume down, as far as the noise?
And they would still be judged either way. They're still going to be judged. They've already been condemned by the public. They could bring the person out, and I do believe they have an idea, and he could confess to it, and they'll still say A&T set that up if they had nothing to do with it. It's just the way it's going to be. The public figured, this is what the public figures, majority of the public. They are quick to point without using logic. But I will address something that has bothered me about the public, and that is how people should be upset and grieve. Yes, Savannah Guthrie made that video like she was talking to somebody. But let's put it in perspective. If somebody in your family is taken, you want to believe, they're alive and somebody's going to give them back. People grieve in different ways, and grief and agony make you want to believe. Maybe she does think it's her sister, but you don't want to believe it's your sister. You never know. Real. She made a video. So she believed it. She wanted to believe it was real. We can't condemn this woman. People came after her ugly in the last couple of weeks, called her names and everything. And they condemned her for going back to work. But she has a family, and she went back to work to displace her mind. It doesn't mean she wasn't involved. There could be people that she hired we'll never know about. We don't get to judge her for that. We don't get to judge her for that. Everybody is different. I have seen military wives that have lost their spouses that never wanted to believe it happened, and how they grieved and believed was totally like, wow, that's really weird. But that's how they grieved or didn't want to believe it. And then you start believing other things. And I believe she did at one point feel that was real. But maybe she just didn't want to believe her family could be involved or somebody she knows. But we don't get to condemn people and tell them how they get to grieve and act until you are in that situation. And the way they came after her was crazy, Juice. Crazy.
I agree. But do you think it was normal, the fact that the FBI was there so many times?
That they took that car for quite a while, didn't they? They took A&T's car for a month, didn't they, or longer?
Yeah. It was about over 40 days.
If you're Savannah and you're seeing your sister and brother-in-law's car taken, it's going to be in your mind. And you don't want to believe that somebody you love could do something or be suspected of it.
Yeah.
And you're going to talk to somebody that you think may have your mom and totally try to put it out of your mind that somebody in your family may have done this. You know, I don't know. I don't know, Juice. There was details in that ransom note. Maybe we'll never know. It's all odd to me. I do have a feeling, I'm going with what 857 said, and it was a robbery gone bad. I do, and I've always thought what another streamer said tonight, that it was a SA. And people are like, oh, she's too old. That doesn't matter to people, some people. They don't care about, and they like power, and they're going to take advantage of an old lady, whether they rob her, assault her, SA her, or anything. I've just never believed any of the cartel stuff or any of it. Does it look like A&T could have done it? He was the last one to see her, but they interviewed the Uber driver, and she took the Uber to her girlfriend's house to play some game, and then she went over to her daughter's house, and
from
he
what
took
I
her
heard,
home.
she took the Uber to there, just straight to Annie and Tommaso's.
I had heard that she went to a game. They I guess they had verified. I could be corrected. She went to her friend's house, some ladies, a group of ladies, and then went over there. And then he took her home. I don't know. We're never going to know until they catch him, and then they talk.
Yeah.
And there's video from the Uber that she took that ride. But the last person to see, and I understand the last person to see is this person. I understand that. But it's just an odd thing. But when the theories start coming out, it's the cartel. It's her father was a fixer. That was years ago.
Yeah.
But she has done interviews with not just Epstein victims, but a lot of people she has done exposés on. Somebody could have been mad.
Yeah, initially I thought that it was something to do with Mexico. I'm still kind of back and forth about that. So it just comes to mind occasionally, but
sure, it's 60 miles away.
Yeah,
sure.
So I don't know, but yeah, and them two for me too. It's still questionable to me. I just don't leave them out, but I don't.
Right, of course.
But I don't throw them under the bus either. But,
I've seen people talk about why were they hiding their face when they were driving. Well, they're going through an issue and the public judged them right away.
Yeah.
I don't know if they did it. I'm not defending them. I'm just stating it. People act different when terrible situations come front. And we can't tell people how to grieve. If she went back to work, Savannah, so be it. But she still had a family to deal with and other things. So I can't blame her. I can't. When my dad died when I was in Iraq, I went right back to work. I did. I went right back to Iraq and went to work. And I get it. But people coming after her and calling her names, and it was somebody that said, you knew all along. She may have known about that ransom note. She may have known that, and she believed it. She could have believed she was dead or alive. But that's up to her to believe what she needs to believe to get her by. We don't get to judge that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me. I don't want to hold you
Thank
too
you.
long, but
Okay.
thank you
Yep.
for
You
calling
have a good
in.
night. I'll be watching.
All right,
All
much
right.
love.
Bye.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It really is. And, I hate the fact that, if most of the world is wrong, because everybody, I think majority of people think that it is Annie and Tommaso. And if they are, wrong, that's unfortunate. That's sad because I can only imagine what they have to go through or what they're going through right now, and to have to just be inside, they're pretty much prisoners to their home, to wherever they're at home, right now. I don't know if they're in the, even in the US. Some question whether or not Annie and Tommaso are somewhere in Italy. Personally, for me, I think that they're here somewhere, and I would only assume that they would want to be close just in case something happens. And obviously we're all to conclusion that Nancy's no longer with us, but it's so hard. It's the juice.
Hey, Juice.
Hey, how you doing?
Is it good? Just call me Praying Grandma.
Praying Grandma? I like that.
I'm watching you live. I just had a question. With all this going on, I went back to the beginning. Now, the first two people in the house was Annie and Tommaso. I believe if you're looking, you see her watch on the floor, a broken lamp, you're going to go to the back door, you see that open, but you're also going to go to the front door. We don't know if they went to the front door and they should have saw the blood in the foyer. Open the door, see if she's standing outside or went around the left side or right side. You're going to see that blood. But here's another thing I'm thinking of. I went back to, let's say, who were the first 5 people in the house?
Good question. I don't know.
And my other question is, Annie Tommaso, I'll give 3 officers and maybe I call him Babbling Goat, the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
But he went into the house also. But my question is, only those people knew what was in the house and misplaced. My question is, who leaked, even though we know they're saying that these ransoms are fake, but how did they know those details? Who leaked that detail? Because the FBI is going to hold on to it. They're not going to leak that information.
And I think that's one reason why a lot of people are starting to think that it's more so Annie and Tommaso now because of the details in the ransom letter.
Right.
And they would be the only ones to know, like exactly what you're saying.
Right, because a normal sheriff's department are not going to leak that. Nobody's going to leak that information. So that first ransom note, they had details that they should not have had. Now, that kind of fooled me. But this last ransom note, this is just my theory, and I love your mods. I think they're great. They're like investigators, too. I was curious because when he said about the phone, but the last thing he said, it's closer than you think. He's not talking about the phone, I do not think. It's about the neighborhood. There's something in that neighborhood or someone in that neighborhood, and this is just a theory. Let's see what your mods or anybody says. It's just a theory, but even though now they're throwing it out the window, was somebody in that neighborhood filming that night?
Interesting.
Was somebody in that neighborhood who can see the front of that house and watch, or even the back of the house?
Yeah.
who, I kept thinking, well, if he said that, then it's somebody in the neighborhood. But when he said it's closer than you think, we're thinking family, we're thinking this. I was thinking, sorry, didn't mean to swear, shoot. I was thinking it's somebody in the neighborhood. Somebody filmed something and caught something that they did not expect to see. But now that's out the window. But I'm still holding on to that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure. Because usually when you see stuff like this, the FBI comes out and makes a statement to the public. But they have not yet. So my other theory is they've been holding on to everything. They have been watching from the very beginning of everything.
I agree.
And just sitting back collecting evidence to get there to solve this mystery. That's all I wanted to say. I appreciate you. I ask Jesus to put the blood of Jesus on you, your mods, to keep you all safe. And I want you all to have a blessed day.
God bless you. Thank you for chiming in, and we appreciate you calling.
All right, honey. Have a blessed one.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that's the reason why people think it's them even more, because of the fact that what details were in the ransom letter, and no one else is going to know that, just like she's saying, you know, besides the people that were in that house. And I've always been someone who has questioned, you know, A&T being involved, or law enforcement, or both. It's very, very, this is a very, very unique case. It really is. It's the Juice. How you doing, April?
Hey, the Juice. This is April Davis, PI, my friend.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. If I sounded a little off, because I actually did a video about this a few hours ago and decided to listen to other people, and then I fell asleep. And then I woke up and I saw that you were live, and I was like, oh my God, the Juice, I got to talk to you, man, because, how do we know for a fact, do we know that this information about the FBI claiming that all of the ransom notes are fake, do we know this to be true?
It's been confirmed through several media sources that they did come out and, say that they were hoax. So I believe it is.
Okay. Yeah, I told my audience that, but I said, I didn't hear this personally from the FBI, so I wanted to be very careful how I worded it when I did, because I'd already done a live this afternoon on this case, and the first thing I do is I charge my mics just in case something breaks, and something broke, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so I went back on, and I'm like, listen, this is just coming in now, and everybody's on the air, and I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on. I haven't had a chance to watch the other, the mainstream YouTubers, and I was hoping you would come on, but I didn't see you on, and I fell asleep. But, for those that were watching all my videos since February 2nd, as a detective of 42 years, I've said from day one, I've never named a suspect, and I'm not going to name a suspect here, but that this was not a typical kidnapping. Kidnappers don't stay in a house for 41 minutes. Kidnappers don't send notes to TMZ. As a Hollywood, Los Angeles area PI, I have worked for celebrity, big, some of the most famous people in the world. And let me tell you, they're always targeted, and there are kidnappings and threatened kidnappings, and none of them have ever worked like this one. And I said to people, obviously whoever wrote the first note that the FBI thinks could be credible, it's because they know something that was at the scene that only somebody involved could know, but it doesn't mean that it was a kidnapping. And I was very reluctant to use the word kidnapping for the longest time on my channel. But then, I talked to one of my FBI agent friends, and he said, well, if somebody's forcibly removed from their house, it's a kidnapping. And I'm like, yeah, but these ransom notes, they could be fakes, or they could be red herrings that were put out by an associate of the people involved. You know, this could have been a planned unaliving. You know, convince me that this is a legit kidnapping. And, you know, I've made my tips to the FBI. I sent an 8-page letter on who I think the goons were, at least the front porch guy. I've never heard back. That's okay. I didn't expect to. But, you know, you're more involved in this than I am because you're a professional YouTuber, my friend. I wanted to find out if you knew more than what I had already spoken about and heard, because, you know, I don't have the audience that you have, but all I could tell my audience was this is breaking over, you know, the media, like everywhere.
Yeah.
This story is going to be viral, you know, by the morning. And if this is true, this follows what I've said from the very beginning. You know, watch my videos from now until next Christmas. You'll see that I've always said I have a problem with this being a kidnapping. But, you know, I just wanted to know, like, do we have anybody like the sheriff's department or the FBI? Has anybody gone public saying this is true, or is this just somebody that, you know, got a tip from a source within the FBI and they leaked it? How do you think this made the media tonight?
I think News Nation was probably one of the biggest platforms that released it, that made it, you know, actually true. But I'm kind of glad you said that, because I think this is why it's important that we get a press conference from the FBI.
Yes.
As soon as possible, if you ask me. But I mean, I believe it's actually true. I mean, that's pretty much all the information that we have is, you know, that it's been confirmed that the FBI did come out and say this to one of the media sources that released this, and it was several. It wasn't just one. So
okay. Well, you know, I
that's
heard
all
that
I really know.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
You know, I heard that over the weekend that Sheriff Nanos made some sort of a statement on the radio, and that he was talking about how he didn't believe that the third set of ransoms that went to TMZ were legit, and he mentioned something that the FBI has arrested, you know, several people. And I thought he was just saying, like, in general, that, well, the FBI arrests people for making fake ransoms, and, you know, besides the Eric Colella situation. But now I'm hearing, you know, like earlier today I was hearing that, no, he was referring to this case, the Nancy Guthrie case, that several people had already been arrested. Is that true, that there's others besides Derek Colella that have been arrested in this specific case for sending fake ransoms?
I'm not 100% sure on that, so I don't want to say, but I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, and then the radio station thing, all I heard was the part where he was talking about us. I don't know what other questions may have been asked, but he did go on a radio station just the other day.
Oh, I see. I didn't hear it. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah.
But I just heard the reports about, like, he was saying that people are being arrested by the FBI, and I thought he meant in general, and then I was like, well, wait a minute. Now he's talking about this case, and then I thought, you know, for the last day or two, I've had this feeling that something was going to break, especially with the second ransom note, with the details of that being released. I was like, something's stirring the pot, like, is something getting ready to come out? And if this is true, this is huge. If what we've heard earlier this evening is true, it's huge.
Yeah, I believe.
But I would just like some sort of confirmation, you know, by law enforcement.
Yeah, and that's I don't know when that would come. But I think it's a radio station. The radio station that he went on, I think it's actually I think it's one of KVOA's. From what I saw. But it's Buckmaster is the name of the show, and I think the guy's name was Bill. I can't remember his last name right off the bat. But if you look up Buckmaster, it should come right up. But it's a radio station with I believe it's Tim Miller, or it's Tim Stellar. I'm sorry, Tim Stellar. And then another gentleman named Bill, but I can't remember his last name.
Okay. Now, I'm not asking you to publicly name suspects because I know you've got a way bigger channel than I do, and you don't want the liability. But how do you feel now that this information has come out tonight, assuming that it's true? How do you feel about the case?
For me, it stays the same because I've always felt like the ransom wasn't real. I mean, I've always doubted it being real. I mean, I've had periods and times where I've thought it was, legitimate based on what Savannah said, but also Savannah, like I was saying earlier, she said 10. And to me, that's not a for sure statement. It's doubt in what she's saying. She just didn't, she was not sure about the letter. I think she's just as confused as we are. I think she's pretty much going off of what she was told. And
I did hear her. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead. You're fine.
No, I remember when she said to Coda, she was kind of going with that because I guess they had very specific information that only somebody involved in the crime would know. But she said she had not seen them. But then all this other information came out Friday was it, about the second ransom, mentioning that she had accidentally been unalived. And that kind of made sense because if that came out on the 6th of February and she made that second statement with her siblings on the 7th saying, we're listening and we're willing to pay and we would like to celebrate with our mom, I thought, oh my gosh, they've heard something. They know something that the public doesn't know. Like maybe they received a second note. And that wasn't made public until last week. And we still can't even confirm that was true. But if it is, it's like, oh, this is all starting to make sense now. And that's why I felt like the first couple days of this week, like something might break. And then all this has happened in the last number of hours. And I'm just like, oh my gosh,
Yeah, as far as I know, the FBI's they've never concluded that they were legitimate. I think it was just and that's the thing. There's so much noise, so it's it makes it difficult for people to pay attention to fact details. But in the beginning, I almost thought that it was them that put her up to responding to whoever this person was that wrote these letters. It's been questionable for me, but I don't know. I think that, sometimes I think that they took it upon themselves to respond to this person, but I couldn't tell you.
I wonder why from the very beginning, before Savannah even arrived in Tucson, that she got Mark Kelly involved in all of this. And he showed up Monday morning at the Pima County Sheriff's Station with coffee and donuts. Like, what was all that about?
I have no idea. I know I've heard a lot about that too, but I don't know. I could not tell you. There's been some weird things. There's just been so many weird things that it just doesn't make any sense.
Yes,
we just don't have
never
enough
added
details.
up. Yeah, exactly. I've always told my audience that we've got a 500-piece puzzle here, and us internet sleuths and people that are watching all this, we've got about 10% of the pieces. So you try to put together a 500-piece puzzle with only 50 pieces. I mean, they obviously know more than we know, but, as of midnight tonight, which was, just a few hours ago, we're in day 1 of month 6. Like, something's got to give, man.
Yeah.
And then Savannah, she was missing again, I heard yesterday, from the Today Show. Like, I don't know. That was 2 days ago. I don't even know about earlier. I mean, I know it's after midnight now, so I keep saying today, but how many days this week did she come back on Tuesday? Because apparently she was off on Monday, and nobody said why. And then I hear these rumors like, oh, well, she's on her way to Arizona, but I don't even know if that's true. I'm just like, this is all coming out so fast.
Where did you hear it
from? Just online. People are like, oh, she was missing from the Today Show. She's on her way to Arizona. But like that, one time during one of my lives, some of my audience came in and they were like, oh, well, Annie and Tommaso are in handcuffs right now. And I'm like, what? And that wasn't true at all. I mean, When I talk on my show, I'm very careful about what I say. I don't accuse anybody. I mean, obviously, I've kind of had it figured out since the second week of this case of what I think is going on, but I'm not going to publicly, name suspects. But, there's certain people, there's a lot of red flags and certain things that just have never added up. And this does not seem like a regular, usual kidnapping. And, like I said, I'm not an expert in kidnapping, but I have dealt with it, especially involving famous people or families of famous people. And it absolutely, in my entire detective career, has never worked this way. I don't know anybody that could say that they've had a case that was like this at all. Like, this doesn't make sense. We're not being told everything.
Where would you start if you were here? Just
if I were a private investigator working a case as this, which I couldn't because I was once licensed in Arizona, but I never used that license because I'm licensed here. But let's just say hypothetically I was, and I wasn't on, breast cancer disability, and I wasn't, 99% retired. I would handle it like I would handle any case. There's no body yet, so there's no autopsy report. So since I can't have that, I would have my list and I would start interviewing the people closest to her first, the family, but then the friends, anybody that worked in the house, anybody that worked on the property, anybody that's lived in the casita for the past, 3 to 5 years. Then once I had, all my ducks in a row, I'd want to have access to records if I could. If it was a litigated case, I'd have subpoena power, and I'd want to have all the financials, especially of family members, just because you always have to exclude the people closest to her. And once I had my list and I had all my ducks in a row, then I would have my suspects and I would start doing surveillance. And it would be all different types of surveillance that could legally be conducted because somebody's going to do something stupid because criminals are stupid and somebody's going to make a mistake.
So do you think it's questionable that they've been missing for so long and they haven't really came out and, said anything at all? Would you look that way?
I thought they had somebody in mind to begin with, but I've also heard that the sheriff has relationships with certain people in that town. Yeah. And I would have never, as a police officer or even as a private detective, I would have never released that scene because in my show today, somebody said, what do you think the number one mistake was on this case? And I said, releasing the scene too soon because it was already trampled all over before the FBI got there. They didn't get there till the 5th. Remember, they didn't even know the first day this was a kidnapping. They just reported Sunday night that the 84-year-old mother of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, that Nancy Guthrie was a missing senior. Yeah. It wasn't until a day or two later that the public was told, like, oh, we have ransom notes now. It wasn't even until Tuesday, the 3rd, that the notes started coming in to TMZ.
Yeah.
We didn't know that. And then it wasn't until day 9 that the world was shown a video clip of Front Porch Guy that, look, here he is. And then it was weeks later, oh, here he is again, but this is on another night showing that this house was being cased. But that still doesn't mean it's some random Yahoo because whoever did this had to know somebody who had intimate knowledge of the property. The fact that the police, it almost is like, was it intentional that they just, let everybody trample this? Who are they covering for? I've never seen a police department ever act this way. I mean, the closest thing I could compare it to were the non-homicide detectives that were in charge of the John Benet Ramsey case. And that's why 30 years later, they still haven't solved it. I pretty much have, but once again, I won't go public on my YouTube channel or anywhere and say, this person, and this person is involved. Now, I have publicly stated that, the Ramseys, they didn't do it at all. And I think I pretty much know what has happened there, but, they were non-homicide detectives.
So you think you have most of this case solved?
Absolutely, if I were
Really?
in the sheriff's department. But I can't say for sure without knowing what they know. But see, the FBI, they have not only DNA and forensics, but they have accountants, forensic accountants. They can look at all the bank statements. They can look at the life insurance policies. They can look at wills, estates, trusts, loans. I was the first YouTuber that I know of in this case, and I wasn't even monetized when I started talking about this, that said there is a document online that said that Nancy did a second mortgage on her house in 2017. And I have a copy of that document. I'd have to find it now, but, no other YouTubers were running with that. And I said, listen, I've never done a title search on this property, but I want to know why a woman of her age, and she would have been in her 70s in 2017, mid-70s, like, why did she take out a loan for this amount, for this payment? It could just be for maintenance on the house. But, to me, that was like, that's something worth questioning. And if I were investigating this case, I would be asking about that. And I'd be doing the title searches. And I'd be looking at the bank statements and the credit card statements and the phone records. And I'd be looking at not just her statements, but the people closest to her.
Yeah, those are reasons why I think that they've got a majority of this already figured out and a person of interest for sure. That's just me though. I mean, some people think that we're going in the cold direction, but I truly think they have a person that they're very interested in. To be quite frank, I think that they're waiting for that person to either come forward and also, they're also taking this information to the DA and somehow coming up short as if it's not enough. But
yes, that it's not enough to prosecute.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, maybe if they hadn't compromised the crime scene, what bothers me about this case is that the police unsecured that scene too quickly, and Sheriff Nanos immediately put out 2 different timelines of what happened on Sunday morning, February 1st. Now, why would you do that?
Yeah. It's weird.
Why?
It really is. It really is. And I would... Once I've learned about the what's her name? I think it's Laura O'Connor. My God, what's her last name? The power of attorney.
Who are we speaking of?
The No. I'm trying to recall her name. It's Laura, but I can't remember her last name. She's.
And what about her?
Well, I just feel like it's just scary because she's made a mistake at one point in time in her career. And, from what I've seen, it seems like she's taken some money, under the table during a case at a point in time. They just don't like the feds. They don't like the feds. Nanos and the guy that supposedly changed his name. And then the lady that's in charge of the prosecution process and whatnot. She's scary to me. I don't know. I just something
I don't know
isn't
who you're
right.
talking about though.
It's Laura, but I can't remember her last name. I'm sure everybody in the chat would know.
Is she, does she work for the county of Pima? Or
yeah. She's okay. My goodness. I don't know why she's a district attorney. She's I can't remember what you call it, but she's the district attorney. She's
is she a prosecutor?
Charge. She's in charge. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's the prosecutor. She's the one who pretty much makes the calls, for the most part.
Okay.
And then under Nanos, you got the gentleman that changed his name. I don't know why I can't even remember his name right now. My mind is just blank right now. But he's
it's
okay.
It's the middle of the night, Duchess.
Yeah.
we're both sleep deprived, right?
I just talked about this yesterday. I don't know how I forgot his name. But it's just scary to me, because I just think that they're working together. They're not. I feel like they're on the same page as Sheriff Nanos.
Okay.
You know, I think that, you know what, I don't even want to say, I can't, I'm trying not to say too much because you
Right.
know, I have court and stuff, so I can't really,
Oh, I
I
understand.
can't really dive in too much. So I'm trying to watch my, you know, I'm trying to watch my
Oh,
toes. And I
please
don't
be
want to,
careful. Please be careful. I
yeah, so
totally
I'm
get it.
trying to, I don't even like talking about them. It's actually scary, but
Well, you know, people come into my show all the time and they're like, April, who did it? You know, most people understand when I say, well, you know, I have a public YouTube channel, you know, and I am a licensed private investigator, and I do have a background in
yeah,
things that were very similar to this. You know, I'm not going to publicly state. Most people are nice about it and they get it. Like, you know, come on, you
yeah,
idiots and you trolls in the chat. Like, she can't say that. But some people get really mad. Like, oh, this is wasting my time, and you know,
yeah,
you're just doing this for the money. I'm like, I wasn't even monetized when this started. I'm not getting rich off of this. I want to find Nancy Guthrie. You
yeah.
know,
But at the same
that's
time,
all I
it's a
care
business.
about.
I mean, it's still a business. I mean, everybody's goal when they're on YouTube, their goal is to be monetized. You know, their goal is to gain some type of revenue, you know, doing this. Obviously, that's not all of their goal as far as, you know, what
Right.
they do, but I mean, I don't know why people have an issue with that, or they try to make it's
I
just
know.
trolls. It's just trolls. You know, you got to
I
ignore
know.
all
Like,
that.
well, you know, when I first started, I wasn't, you know, I'd only been briefly monetized for like a few months in like 2024, 2025, and then it ended, and I wasn't expecting that to ever happen again. And then, you know, once this started going, and then it did happen, people are like, oh, your videos have commercials now. And I'm like, that's YouTube monetization. And you know how many thousands of dollars I would have to make just from these videos to break even? I've been doing this since December 2020. You know, I'm not ahead. I'm still in the red. If I had to do this for a living, I'm a failure, man. It's a good thing I had, you know, a 42-year or 35 plus year PI career before, you
Yeah,
know, disaster hit.
yeah.
You know, it
Hey,
was catastrophic to
and
my life.
you're growing at least at some point in time, even if you know you are and then you aren't. I mean, at least you're making some type of progress. So
A
that's good.
little bit. After 5 years, I've got like 3,500.
Yeah,
Now
but
there's about
that's good.
100,000 views in the last 28 days, and for me, that's terrific.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, but you know,
That's
I'm
good.
not, you know, the juice or
Oh,
JLR or
I'm
somebody
I'm
like that.
I'm nothing. I got a long way to go. I really do. And maintaining is the hardest part. So, you know,
Oh, you're doing awesome, man.
you know, this may last a couple more months and then I might be down to 20 viewers every time I go live. So I don't ever take
Right,
anything for
right.
granted. So
But see,
it could
you're
be
the real
temporary.
deal, and you're the real deal. You're not doing this for show. Like, you're an
Yeah.
honest man, and you know, I'm not all about flash either. Like, I'm not clickbait titles and thumbnails because, you know,
Yeah.
I'm a PI. It's just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. You know, and if somebody doesn't like it, they don't have to watch. But you know, I want to keep this case relevant as you do, as all the
Yeah.
YouTubers do. You know, let's keep it relevant. Let's put the pressure on whoever's involved in this so that somebody comes forward, you know.
I agree.
That Dr. Bricado said, let's keep beating that drum. And it's like,
Yep.
exactly. Exactly.
He's got an
That's
interesting
why I'm
mouth.
doing this. That's why I'm up in the middle of the night talking to you, man, and you know, talking to your audience. Like,
Yeah.
I want this done, and I just feel so bad for Savannah, you know,
Yeah.
and grandkids and everybody involved. Because can you imagine how catastrophic, even more so than it already is going to be if this crime does involve somebody extremely close to Nancy? Just
I,
imagine.
I'll be surprised, but I won't be surprised at the same time. Uh,
Right.
you know, it's just the way everything has gone. To me, at this point, what can really surprise me? I mean,
I know, but the family's got to be in denial, though. You know, like, I
yeah,
know that, you know, everybody's like they're showing a united front, but that united front is fractured, in my
yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
And I just, you know, This is already a terrible thing. I don't think she's, with us in the living sense anymore, as far as Nancy. But I could just, poor Savannah, her heart's just going to be in a billion pieces if it goes the way that, she doesn't want it to go. And that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Well, I won't hold you too much longer. I truly appreciate you calling in. I wish we could talk a little bit longer.
Well, thank you for answering my call, man.
Yeah, anytime. When you get a chance, look up Laura Conover. She's this,
Laura Conover, okay.
Yes, she's like I said, she's a power of attorney. She's the big boss lawyer for Pima County. So her job,
great, okay.
She kind of decides amongst the people that like breaks the rules and like what should happen to them. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with how that kind of goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's pretty much the lawyer helper for like the state bar.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Well, not that. I guess she's a power of attorney. So I mean, look that up when you get a chance. You'll know more about it. I don't want to talk too much about her because I talked about her yesterday, and she could have something to do with everything that's going on and everything. So I don't want to get too deep into her. And then Joe Cameron, check him out when you get a chance as well.
Okay.
And you'll kind of hear, kind of understand things a little bit more, or watch the interview room because he's the one who talked about those two, along with.
I can't wait. I will definitely do that, my friend.
Mr.
And I fully support you, Troy.
Hey, likewise, you got 100%. My support as well. I appreciate that.
Thank you, and thank you to your audience for listening to me just like ramble on here. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's fine. It's all right. We haven't caught up in a little while, so that's okay.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you, man.
Hey, you too, April. Thanks for calling.
Okay, love you.
All right, love you too.
Bye-bye.
Shouts to April calling in, man. She's a PI. Man, shouts to her calling in. I always enjoy her calls. Joy, I saw your call, but I didn't get a chance to answer it because I was on the other line. I appreciate you calling in, Joy. And then also, was it, hold on. 11, I wanted to say thank you for the $5 super chat. It says limitations 5859. You, Lord, took up my case. You redeemed my life, Lord. You have seen the wrong done to me. Uphold my cause. Scripture for you, Jews. I appreciate that. Lavender, thanks so much for sharing that. Is it Lavender? I hope I said that right. I hope I did. I probably said it wrong. Ladybug, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says voting time. I did the same on ZLR's chat. Who thinks that A&T were involved? And as a matter of fact, we'll take a poll. Hey, thanks so much for the gifted membership, by the way, made in the UK. I truly appreciate that. And thanks to Angel for becoming a platinum member. Wow. God bless you guys for your love and support here on the channel. Flicker Fade with the $5 super chat says that she thinks that none of the ransoms are real. She said she's been trying to tell us. She's been saying that. I have to agree with you. I'm not a big believer when it comes to those ransoms. I don't know. Something just told me that they weren't real. And for the most part, I've went with my gut. Like I said, I've had moments and times where I'm like, you know what? Well, Savannah thinks they're real, but she wasn't too sure. But something crossed my mind as far as what was stated in the ransom, which was the things that they pointed out, which one was, the floodlight. And then they pointed out the Apple Watch. So we're still going to go back and we're still going to question the ransom letters or notes, whatever you want to call them. But at least for the most part, we can kind of move on from the whole ransom thing and, no longer really question the ransom. But I mean, it's still going to always come up, just not as much as before. And, like I said, I think what we could take from this is the fact that the FBI is actually moving. They're actually putting in work. So I'm actually glad that, we did get some good news today. Well, I guess you wouldn't really say it's good news, but it was some news. Flicker Fate, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. She says, sadly, oh, no, that isn't it. I think I read that one. Oh, no, I didn't read that one. Flicker Fate says, sadly, A&T are an easy scapegoat for the normal siblings. I hate to think that. I really do. I mean, it's just so hard not to, though. It really is. We'll take a poll. Let's take a poll. We'll do a poll and see what the community thinks. The last time we did a poll, it was majority that the folks thought that it was A&T. But we'll take a poll. I like to do these polls here. And we'll see what the community thinks. So if you're chiming in, make sure you guys put in your vote. I want to see what you guys think. The majority, the more the better. And when I look at the porch guy, I don't know about you guys. I truly think that it's somebody in a mask. It's a mask under the ski mask. And with that being said, and going back to what a lot of people have been saying lately, because I've been hearing it a lot of people have been saying that they think it's a female. I don't think so. I don't think the perp is a female at all, but I think it's definitely very possible that could be a female under that mask. I don't look past it at all. And I'm not specifically saying who that may be, but, it is a possibility that that's a female. And it's also possible that this person could have been hired by a family, or it could have been, somebody in the neighborhood. We just don't know. We don't really know. I mean, time will tell, though. I guarantee you that. Time will definitely tell. I want to put in this poll real quick. Phone lines are still open for now. Make sure you call in if you want to chime in and share your thoughts. I want to hear everybody's theory. Do you think A&T are involved? We'll keep it real simple. Yeah, let's put this up here. I don't even know if I should give you guys the option to do not sure. We'll throw that in there. Why not? We'll do the not sure option. I kind of just want a straightforward yes or no, but yeah, we'll throw that in there. Why not? Yeah, people saying yes. It was, like I said, it was amazing. All those people calling in on JLR's stream today. I would say at least like 70, a good 60, 70% were like, yo, it's the family. It's the family. I mean, I don't know why, but I think this just made it even worse. It really did. And it's unfortunate because we already know there's been so much noise, whole lot of noise. Sorry, I didn't have the phone number up there. There it is right there. Feel free to chime in. Let me know your thoughts, guys. Let me know what you guys think. Where does this take us now? Where do we stand now that we've figured out these ransom letters are not legitimate? They are fake. Brian Ensign had an interview with Gary Brucato, and like I've told you guys, he's had some really good, interesting theories based on what he thinks. This guy's got really great knowledge, I think, when it comes to. He's just a pretty smart guy. So I want to play a little clip here while we're waiting on somebody to chime in.
I'm really interested to get your take on some of these new developments, specifically with the notes. And I kind of wanted to go about it because I think there's obviously a possibility that the notes are not real, but I think there's a possibility that the notes are real. We just don't know. And that's probably what the FBI is thinking. And Savannah has said that she thinks the notes are real. So I wanted to start by kind of just assuming the notes are real with some of my questioning, and see what you make of some of the language. And start with and I'm not talking about the TMZ notes here. I want to talk about the two notes that went to the local TV station that seem like the ones that the FBI
April, thanks for
are
the
the most
$2
interested in.
super chat.
And
Thanks
with
for
the
the
first
jewels
note,
as well.
the hello
Big
Savannah,
welcomes Hyper
we have
Kimberly
your
as
mother
well.
Nancy, and that was the actual ransom note with the money demand. What do you make of that? Especially the hello Savannah?
Well, it struck me as peculiar that it was addressed to only one of the siblings, suggesting that perhaps whoever did this thought that that would be the primary source of the money, or that perhaps unconsciously revealing that there was a secondary motive, which was some sort of interpersonal dynamic that had to do with her. Remember that this is an individual, Savannah, this poor woman is walking around, I think, sort of feeling partially responsible in a sense that she might have been the reason her mother was targeted. And whoever wrote this note doesn't seem to mind her walking around thinking that, which suggests a cruelty toward her, in addition to whatever the financial motive is here. So that I think that there's something about this that suggests someone singling her out either for a practical reason, which is financial, or an emotional reason, which is that they have some knowledge of her family, some personal feeling about her, some animosity.
Yeah, and if the reporting is true, I mean, hello Savannah, we have your mother Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it strikes me as kind of a weird way of putting it. Like, we have your mother Nancy, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, the word "we" is interesting because if it is true, it settles the question of whether this was a cabal of people or one individual. The problem I have is that I'm always operating within the framework of having concluded that there is a very good possibility this entire thing was designed to give the impression of an abduction when it wasn't one. Or it was an abduction attempt that went very south. If this was a traditional abduction, there would be proof of life, sending a note and wanting, especially an elderly victim, an elderly target, out of your hands very quickly, because there is the possibility that they won't survive or they'll develop a medical problem or other things. So you treat them very gingerly and carefully and so forth, and you want them back to otherwise you would lose the money. And so it's strange that there's no proof of life, which makes me think that at the time that letter was written, she was already perhaps not with us, and the person was.
Yeah, and not only that, I think they would have never went through media sources, and I think they would have simply just went through either the family, just simply the family. I mean, we already know. I think the first person would have been Savannah if somebody was trying to demand some sort of money. I've never been somebody who's thought that the burglary or it was a burglary that's gone bad. I just don't think it was a burglary gone bad, because what really could have gone bad? It's a vulnerable elderly lady. Not saying she wouldn't have heard these people, but I question that, because Nancy had hearing aids. From what we've heard, she had hearing aids, so I don't think she would have heard anybody coming in her house at that time of the night. I don't see it. Then even if she did, why would these people hurt an elderly lady? Perhaps they went in the home and let's just say Nancy was up. Let's just say she was getting a drink while these people broke in her home. Now, we've heard that Nancy has a safe. Don't know what's in it. Don't know if she has things of high value in her home. We've heard she likes jewelry. Don't know if she has a high value amount of jewelry in her home either. I don't know. But what really draws me is the fact every time when I go back, I hear, when we first heard the house was immaculate, that never sat with me well. from day one, when they came out and they said the house was immaculate, I knew immediately something wasn't right. And if you really think about it, that's a clue, guys. That's a clue. She has limited mobility. She's not getting up and cleaning her house like, we would. And now I'm not going to look past the fact that the house is going to stay clean because she's the only one in it. But to me, immaculate is beyond that. And immaculate to me sounds like it was just clean. It wasn't just simply clean, as if that's, how you would describe a home in its normal, standings. And I think that's the details that they presented to us, not trying to give us too much information. But immaculate to me, if you ask me, it tells me that somebody recently cleaned up that house. To me, that's what I got out of it. And I think at the end of the day, we all have our own theories based on what we believe, what we truly believe. But for us streamers that are on a platform, and us, for the sake of the family and just people that you may think that may be involved, I'm not going to throw anybody out there and say that they did it. But if I could, I would definitely tell you that who I really truly think did this cleaned up. They cleaned up that house. And and I don't want to give too much away, so I guess I'll stop there. But let's continue this here, and we'll elaborate more on some other things. But
attempting to capitalize anyway, to get the money anyway.
Is it possible the abductor is younger? Because you would think an older person would realize that they were dealing with an elderly person, maybe would have more of a understanding of that this person was fragile, that this may not go the way you planned, that what health issues are like. I personally think about that more now at this stage of my life with my parents getting older, whereas when I was younger, I don't really remember thinking that way. Could that indicate that the abductor is younger versus older?
My sense is ethic quality to them, and that's exactly the kind of individual who would not think through the human reaction that a victim would have. It can also indicate that whoever is behind the curtain, because I still believe there's a chef and a waiter, whoever is behind the curtain has a great deal of animosity toward her and really didn't care about her very much. That the point was not to keep her safe to get the money.
So I'm sure this has changed a little bit, but Gary Brucato, he thinks that there's a chef and a waiter, and I think that he thinks that the perp, I believe, would be the chef. And I could be wrong, but I think that that's what he thinks. What do y'all think? Do you guys think, because do you think there's a possibility that Luke may be involved, and perhaps law enforcement look past Luke? I think that's one person that Criminal Network thinks that's still, a possible suspect in this whole thing. In the beginning, I thought that Luke was fairly close, to the perp. But in time, I started to think he had nothing to do with it. I think he's just too. I just don't think he's got it. I don't think he's got it in him, in other words. But I mean, it could very much still be Luke, but I don't think so. I'm not somebody who thinks it's Luke. But I don't think so. I'm not somebody who thinks it's Luke. And then another guy, somebody's been bringing up to my attention lately that's really been weighing over on my mind too, is Clay Crouch. The eyes are very, very close. He has the build, which is very, very hard to. It's really hard to put that into perspective because of the fact that the perp has on layers of clothes. So it's really hard to do a comparison. Because when you really look at the perp, he looks like he's very skinny. If you consider the layers of clothes, if you believe that the perp has on a lot of clothes, it's almost like he really doesn't have a build, I guess is what I'm saying. Flickerface says, why is Brian Ensign still talking like Nancy is dead? When if the ransom notes are real, he would have no idea there's no proof of death. Yeah. I mean, I think at this point we're all to conclusion that Nancy's no longer with us, though. I mean, it's been way too long. I mean, unless you're somebody who believes that Nancy's in protective services somewhere, I mean, at this point, I don't think there's a really good possibility that, you know, she's no longer with that she's still with us. So we took a poll in the chat here, and I just wanted to show you guys real quick here. We took a poll. The question was, do you think Annie and Tommaso are involved? A&T. I should have said it like that. 70%, and we only got about, what, 206 votes? Well, out of those 206, 70% say yes, they think A&T is involved. That's scary. That's really scary to me. I don't know, chat. I don't know. And I'll leave that up for a little bit longer to see if anything changes, because that's only half of what we have tuning in right now. We've got 655 people tuning in, and we only got 208 votes. But the majority who voted think A&T are involved. Somebody called right now. I'm gonna give them a call back, and we'll finish this this video here because I think they might have called, and for whatever reason it didn't ring. So we'll call them back real quick here, see who it is.
Please leave your message for.
I'm unable to come to the phone right now. Just leave a message.
Oh, well, we tried to call them back. We tried. Maybe they'll chime back in right now. We'll finish the video.
The point was harm, and everything went as it was supposed to go, for her to be harmed. And so that is the other possibility we have to keep alive. I don't think that the people involved are young. It's very possible that we're dealing with middle-aged people, for example, or, you know, but I think the key is whoever this is has had a long-term problem with interpersonal empathy.
And then what about the second note? The second note acknowledging that she died, saying that it wasn't intentional. Why would someone, and not asking for anything, why would someone do that?
There are several possibilities to depend upon what really went on here. One possibility, and, you know, perhaps I'm cynical about these things, but I don't think that the type of person who would be responsible for abducting an 84-year-old woman would write an apology note without it having a selfish motive. From a pragmatic perspective, I think it may have been trying to preempt the legal.
She Sellies with the $20 super chat says, no matter how this turns out, Miss Nancy's children weren't looking after her very well. No paid surveillance with her condition alone in that dark desert. Savannah should feel guilty for that. Unforgivable. Wow. Strong statement there from C. Shelley. I can't argue with that at all. I cannot argue with that whatsoever. There should be no excuse for why that subscription was not paid for and many other things, because I think they should also be somewhat helpful. They don't have to necessarily be out here on the ground. It's the juice.
Hey, Juice.
But I think
This
they
is my
should be
first
doing
time ever
something.
calling any show. But when this first started, why was the president downhill?
Why was
Think
the
about
president
that.
what again?
The president come downhill
Situation.
when it first started. When Nancy came missing, the president came downhill and said it was going to be solved. Why was the president downhill? Up there. When it first came out.
I remember that.
President.
I think he said that like he was on a plane when he said that he was gonna help solve the case or do something about it. I can't remember word for word what he said. I don't think he was here in the city, but I think he did say he was gonna help.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's kind of weird. It just strikes me every time I listen to it, there's something different come out. But
Yeah.
I jump to channel to channel, and I catch something every time. It's like Nana's on what? No one up there. I think he was wrongly arrested, in my opinion. Every one of you guys was, but I live in Middletown.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's some stuff I hear, and there's some stuff, like when it first happened, like the president was saying stuff. A lot of stuff was going on. If you go back from the beginning, you will understand everything.
Yeah.
So I was just go back from the first time it started and pick it up and listen to every bit of it, and you'll pick up on some things.
I agree. So much has happened. It's so easy to forget a lot of stuff, and I find that happening a lot. So
Yeah,
I agree.
be you. Your friend is your old lady, is your closest friend. Remember that. Always remember that. Your closest friend is your old lady and your kids. The closest person's going to ever be closest to you.
I like that. Wow. I never thought about it that way.
Yes.
Good
But,
point.
all right, I just wanted you to know that some people will bring you down and set you up and get you in trouble, but I don't want to see that happen.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's true.
Just remember that. Your closest friend is your old lady and your kids. God is always going to be inside you.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just wanted to let you know that.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me. You too. God bless you. And I will keep that in mind. Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Yeah. She's basically saying just don't trust nobody. You can't trust anybody. I agree. And she brought up the Donald Trump. Remember in the beginning, Donald Trump did say he was going to help out with the Nancy Guthrie case. And I think I've always said that Kash Patel was the help. You know, that was what was sent from Donald Trump to help this case. I remember that.
Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be
suspect.
Yeah, could be definitive.
When do you expect us to?
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
Remember that? In the beginning of time, Mr. Trump, he had said he was going to help out. I mean, it pretty much said it sounded like to me he was going to solve this thing. But anyway, I want to finish up the rest of this video, well, most of it with Gary Bucato being interviewed by Brian Ensign here. Thanks so much again for the $20 super chat. C. Shelley, good comment, by the way, as well. And hold on, something's in my way here. I to go back to that comment that she made, I truly agree with that. I think that, you know, I know how, I can only imagine how difficult it would be if Savannah was to come out here and conduct her own search, or, you know, help out searching for her mom or look for her mom. You look for your mother or look for a person that's missing however you want. You know, I think that's, you know, up to the person that, you know, as far as what they think. But I think it would be difficult for her to be out here on the ground, because for one, she would get no privacy at all. People would just follow her everywhere she goes. But as of, you know, Annie and Tommaso, you know, coming out here and assisting with searches, or, you know, trying to be helpful as far as, you know, giving us ideas on where, you know, who could maybe even be involved. I don't know if that would mess up the investigation in any way. I don't think it would. I think it would help it, to be honest. But I think they should be actively out here. I don't know what would make them really unsafe besides people sitting out of their home, but I don't think they're really at risk of something really actually happening to them. But then again, you have to question it, because this guy is still out here somewhere. The person that took Nancy, we don't know if this guy is after another family member, for all we know. But I mean, based off the poll here, it seems like a majority of people think it's them. So if that's so, then there isn't anybody that's going to come and risk their safety. Besides, you know, somebody that may know, you know, let's just say it was Annie and Tommaso. Let's just say it was them. And let's just say they hired somebody. Could that be a reason why they're nowhere to be found? Could the person that they hired be somebody that they're afraid of coming after them because they feel like they're going to come out and tell? Is it a possibility that the FBI is waiting for them to simply come forward, and they are the people of interest, however, they just don't have enough to move forward? Is it possible that Savannah knows, and she knows, you know, eventually they are going to come forward, and, you know, this is all going to hit the fan and be done and over with? I don't know why that always crosses my mind. I'm not saying that it was them, but I do have that cross my mind often. But if not so, you know, who is it that they would be waiting for to come forward? Perhaps they are, you know, or who is that person of interest? When you come and you drive through this neighborhood, I'm telling you right now, you will understand a lot more when you come through this neighborhood and you drive through. Immediately when you start driving around the neighborhood, you will know that whoever this person was knew this neighborhood very, very well. Even Brian Ensign has said, you know, he gets lost sometimes, you know, going through the neighborhood. Like, you still have to look to see what street you're on. You guys know I've been through the neighborhood many a times, and I myself, being a local here, still have to look at some of the street names just to make sure I'm going out the right way. So, I mean, it's tough to say, but I truly think that if it's not somebody family related, for sure, it's got to be somebody in the neighborhood, without a doubt. Otherwise, because I pretty much have 3 theories as far as where I think Nancy may have gone. Otherwise, to me, she would have to be in Mexico, nowhere else. Now, just to bring it up real quick, I thought, I don't know why this came to mind, but I think a lot of people were very disturbed when I think it was JLR that was outside of Annie and Tommaso's house. And they heard a bunch of coyotes howling, and it was a bunch. And I think that disturbed people a lot. But I looked it up. And if you look it up, and I could be wrong, coyotes don't eat people. They don't really like humans, from what I saw. Not saying that that's not true. It may not be true. Not everything that you research online is a fact. But when I looked that up, that's what I got. I want to find the video because I've said it before. I don't feel like this person that, well, let me not say it like that. Whoever took them, I think that they took all back streets. I don't think they took any lights. I think that they played it very safe. And I wanted to find that video because I kind of timed it from Annie and Tommaso's house to Nancy's. It's about a 10-minute drive. And it's even less if you're not doing the speed limit. Thank you guys for the jewels. I appreciate all of the jewels there. Much love, those of you guys with the love and support tonight, by the way. I appreciate it. Thanks for the jewel, Lisa, by the way. Much love, guys. Dusty says, oh, never mind. We won't read that. Amy says, I think it's somebody that has worked in the neighborhood. It's not impossible to memorize. I don't care how confusing you think it is. They could, if practice one way in and out, not that hard. Yes and no. I mean, if you're looking at a GPS, it obviously that makes it easier. But you got to consider under pressure. I don't think people think about that, when they try to put themselves there. If you put yourself there, and which is almost impossible to do, but you do have to consider that. Under pressure is not an easy task at all. So just think about that. And I get it. If you revisit the neighborhood multiple times, learn the route, this, that, and the third, I understand it would be much more easier to navigate through the neighborhood. But also it'd be so easy to make the wrong turn and make a mistake as well. Phone line is still up. Feel free to chime in if those of you guys want to chime in and share your thoughts. I want to hear everybody's thoughts based on what they think, who they think it may be, where we stand after learning the ransom notes are fake. The FBI thought it was A&T. Would they let them flee the country? Good question. And for all we know, behind the scenes, they may have told them that they couldn't. For all we know, they might not be able to. Hey, Joy, long time no hear.
Well, I've been trying to call you, but I'm still saying Nanos is involved. First of all, he wouldn't let the dog come out and search. He told nobody to go search. And then Sue Ellen, maybe that maybe they buried Annie at somebody's private property over there. And yeah, something's going on. The reason why Nano's chasing everybody off, they can't live stream from the from that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Something's definitely going on. He's crooked.
Yeah. I can't.
Nanos is crooked as shit, and I'm glad they're investigating him.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, wait, they're investigating him? When did you hear that? Or where did you hear that? Or you just think that they are?
No, I think they are investigating him. I heard
Yeah.
that today somewhere.
Really?
And I don't think and he also said that Tommaso and Annie was no problem. He said that in the very beginning. Now all of a sudden he quit talking to him a couple 2-3 weeks ago. Maybe he was involved in getting some of that money that they were trying to get from Nancy or from Savannah.
Yeah.
But something's going on with him. He's hiding a lot, too much. And he knew better to release that house where nobody can investigate it.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But yeah, something's going on out there. He don't want nobody out there, and somebody in the neighborhood probably helped him, or like I said, he's probably on somebody's private property over there. Because I heard also Sue Ellen wouldn't let him investigate her property. Is that not true, or did I miss?
I've heard that, but I don't know if it's true or not. I've also heard that she didn't give up her footage either, but I don't know.
Right.
If that's a fact.
Yeah, so something's fishy going on in that neighborhood with a couple of them.
What do you think would be going on, though? I hear a lot of people say that, but what do you think would be taking place that they needed to get us out of there to do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But they and the people that Nanos was saying was arrested, he's referring to you three.
Yeah.
He said that note was fake, but when he was saying that 3 people been arrested, he was referring to you guys. That didn't go over my head.
Yeah.
He wasn't referring to anybody. And that the Catella guy, he knows something, because that would be the stupidest thing to call up Annie and Tommaso and leave that, where's my Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Even send him a message. So he can lie what he wants. But they're I don't know how much involvement he's in, but he knew he was going to go to prison.
Yeah.
Or even if he said whatever he's trying to say, change his ways, he's still in trouble as a federal offense. So I hope they catch those other people that sending those fake calls too.
So you think he took the plea because he's going to come out and say something that he knows that's going on with the Guthrie case?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to say that because I don't know what he's going to say. But he took another plea, so he won't get charged. So what do you think he's going to say?
Yeah,
he knows he's in trouble, federal.
I don't see it. I don't think he knows anything at all. But I mean, a lot of people are hoping
Why would he call Tommaso and Annie up out of the blue and even text him and say, "Where's his Bitcoin?"
I think he was trying to get some money out of this. But I know that they they both are have their own little band things that are going on, and they.
Well, I think Sheriff Nano's trying to get some money out of them too, because he's covering for them. He's covering. He don't.
Yeah.
Said he cleared them, but everybody knows they're not cleared. The FBI ain't cleared them. And
Yeah.
then him wanting people not to be in the neighborhood. Now all of a sudden they can go in there just for like, what, 10, 15 minutes to do their thing and then have to leave.
Interesting.
That's
Yes.
anyway.
As far as I know, he's, because I looked it up, it states that he's never met them before and he doesn't know them and they have zero connection.
What, with Annie and Tommaso?
Yeah, for Colella, correct. Yeah.
Oh.
But I believe from what I've heard is he's pulled their information through a cyber website.
Well, I don't know. Everybody believes what they want to believe. I believe he does know Annie and Tommaso.
It's possible, yeah.
And it wasn't just something he pulled, because he was in the band with them.
Yeah.
He played in the band with them.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I don't know who else is involved, but I just still say Sheriff's involved, and there's so much he's covering up.
Yeah.
It's pathetic, and that's all I know. And he won't let people go out. He had to have the sheriff have his guards arrest people that were out there.
Yeah.
For what? You guys weren't doing anything. So anyway, except Sue Ellen. So I think her and somebody else out there, they know something, but they'll figure it out. I'm not the FBI.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think either way it'll, they'll figure this all out at some point.
Yeah.
I think it will be
okay.
solved.
You have a good one.
All right, you too, Joy. Good to hear from
young
you.
man.
Much love. Shouts Joy calling in. Always appreciate her calling in. I'm surprised she didn't say nothing funny today. She's usually pretty funny, saying something pretty funny. Somebody sent me an email, and I guess they said that some person had broke into their car, and they posted it on Facebook, I think. And I guess they tried to report it, but the police declined to take their information. Since a tenant is there, it says, "I don't know. I think someone should be able to report a crime." And I'll show you guys. This is what somebody sent me. And it's interesting because this person has on the same backpack as the perp. Although build-wise, I don't know. Shoe-wise, I don't know. I can't tell. He's got his back turned. But thanks for sharing that for whoever shared it. However, I don't know whose Facebook it is. I don't know the name, none of that. I figured I'd share with you guys, though. But I can't say, this is something to do with it. But he does have on the perp's bag. That's for sure. I mean, that's the exact bag that the perp wore. Yeah, that's the one. That's the same exact one. Really weird. I've got the perp's bag on here that the FBI, because if you go on the FBI website, the perps got they've got the perp's bag on there as one of the descriptions, obviously. So interesting, very interesting. But personally, for me, I don't think this person would have any ties, I guess. But who knows? I mean, you could kind of see the side of his face right there. But thanks for sharing that email for whoever sent me that email there. Thank you. Adrian says every other CCTV or ring footage we're seeing of people attempting car or house break-ins, they don't care about. She says they don't care about being seen. No mask or anything. Nancy's sports guy did not want to be seen. Isn't that interesting? Good point. Yeah, I mean, all of the people that we've seen that we've had, curiosity about, they haven't covered their face. Now, remember that there was some cactus that was stolen just a couple months ago, and that person did cover his face. But that went right over our head. Like, we didn't even acknowledge that for long. But good point. That's a very good point. Amy says, I know there are a lot of people in here that have been watching true crime for years. I've watched the LR. He started his channel. She needs to encourage people to say in their opinion. Like who? Like the people in the chat? We'll get to this call here. This the Juice.
Hey, Juice.
Hey, how you doing?
Juice. This is Hunter, man.
Who's calling?
This is Hunter, the one you talked to yesterday, man.
Oh, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I want to give you a piece of advice. Just leave it this.
Yeah.
Man, if you go to court, try not to discuss it with nobody, because that will hurt you if you go on a trial. Don't discuss nothing, if you know what I'm saying.
Like,
because they could bring, because I want to tell you something. If the DA knows you got this website, they will get on there and they will try to use some type of excuse for something.
Okay.
If you know what I'm saying. Just try not to, your attorney knows what, he'll probably tell you the same thing.
Pertaining to like the case, yeah, but not really as far as.
I mean, you can discuss. I mean, you can get your thoughts and stuff as far as the case itself. You know what I'm saying? Because the DA, they could hold anything against anybody. They're about some idiots. That's their thing. It's trying to prove you guilty of reasonable doubt. That's where, a case works in front of a jury. They're going to try to bring all kind of evidence up. But here's the thing. I mean, like I told you, look what happened to 857. They're going to do the same thing to y'all.
Yeah.
That's pity shit, man. That's pity. I mean, they got better things to do. They got bigger trials to solve, and this little pity stuff. That's why I believe that's why the DA had it dropped, because they don't have nothing. You got to have a strong trial to try to convict somebody.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, if you ain't got that, if the state ain't knowing that they don't have a strong case, they gonna just throw it out. They just picking on folks, man. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
It's just like yesterday. Man, I was riding to town. State patrol pulled me over. Said, hey, man, this truck ain't registered in your name, but yet you got a tag in your name and you got insurance in your name. Well, the registration of a vehicle is your tag.
Yeah.
Here in the state of Georgia, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the title's in my name. It's just like I said, well, okay, fine, Dan, just let it go. I'm headed home. I'm going to the tag office in the morning. I went to the tag office. They said they harassing you, man. Just go to the stuff and speak to the captain and say, hey, look, man, they're harassing me. And so that's the way it works.
Yeah.
They got to find something to do. It's just like Pima County. That's all they're doing to y'all. It's harassing y'all. Because it's a Nancy Guthrie case. It's a big high-profile case. You know what I'm saying? And you watch what I tell you. You watch what I tell you. They know. I believe they know they got a strong lead on something. They just don't want to tell y'all.
I agree. I think they do myself.
Yeah, I believe they got a strong. I read something yesterday, Juice, that they are questioning 2 more suspects. Who is that guy they got that they charged for sending Nancy that letter about the Bitcoin?
Derek Colella, the one that's going to trial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, some of his buddies are behind that.
Like who?
Probably some of them. I'm thinking some cartels involved, man.
Yeah. He looks like he could have. He could be. He may have some cartel friends or something. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. Look at him. Yeah, I've seen a picture of him, and yeah, I believe so.
But it's hard to say. I don't know.
And people that send in those ransom notes, I believe they're involved too. But just they smart covering their IP address up.
Yeah.
Because they know, well, they could trace me, but they're going to use an IP scrambler and scramble it up where they can't be traced.
Well, I think that they've tracked them down now.
Yeah, believe me, they got enough forensic stuff out there now that they will get tracked down.
Yeah, I mean, if they were able to tell that they were fake, I mean, they definitely. I think they got the person that's been sending these things the whole time. I mean, they would have had to have.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, I was just, giving you, like my attorney told me when they charged me for the same stuff over here in Georgia, told me to lay low. I mean, don't discuss the case, but you can talk to people, and stuff like that. But being those DAs there in Pima County know that you got this site, I mean, I imagine they probably aren't watching. I mean, they're not stupid. I mean, some of them are and some of them ain't. They're investigators. They're crazy. But anyway.
Yeah, but I mean,
think you're gonna.
I gotta. I'm not gonna talk about my personal case, but I gotta talk about everything in general.
Well, it's just like 857. He done been discharged.
Yeah.
And somebody was saying in the room, well, if he's discharged, but it could be reopened. I was told that once a case is closed, it's closed. Not unless you go out there and commit the same crime again.
That's a fact, though. It definitely can be reopened, though. That's very true. Yeah.
Well, here in the state of Georgia, once the DA or the state close a case, unless you go out there and commit the same crime, that's the only way they can reopen it here.
That's crazy. Yeah, they're pretty strict out there, too.
Yeah. And you have to commit the same crime here in the state of Georgia for a case to be reopened. But once the DA or the state and the judge say, hey, I'm dropping this, it's dropped. I mean, it's off your record. You ain't charged for nothing. It's just like a murder case. If you go in front of a jury and they acquit you, acquittal, they can't reopen it. Once the jury find that you're not guilty, you acquittal.
Yeah. But I mean, it's, I don't know. There's a lot of ways that it could happen because it's happened to me before. Like, for instance, they didn't have, I didn't finish some type of paperwork or something. And then because they didn't receive the rest of it, or I don't know, something happened and then it got reopened because they didn't get everything that they needed. So it's definitely possible.
I got a friend of mine that was charged for the same thing here in the state of Georgia and went to prison for the same charge twice. And he turned around and appealed it and won the appeal, and they acquitted them both on both charges.
Wow.
Yeah, they call that double jeopardy.
That sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, when they sentence you twice on the same charge, that's called double jeopardy. That's against the law in the state of Georgia.
Yeah.
But anyway, I hope everybody has a good day. It's gonna be hot here in Georgia, 105. So you gotta stay cool and stay hydrated.
Yeah. So you're just as hot as we are. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Probably hotter over
But
there.
anyway, I'm gonna find. My wife was talking last night. She's got some in-laws that lives over there in Arizona, and she's wanting to go visit them before school starts back. And I'm gonna bring my drone, and we're gonna hook up. I'm gonna show you what that thing can do.
Okay. All right.
We ain't gonna hook up over at Nancy, but we'll hook up in the proximity. I mean, I show you. My drone will go 8 miles and come back to me.
8 miles is ridiculous. That's crazy. Normally
If
it's
I'm in
about
an
2
open
miles.
area, if I'm in a clear open area, it'll go 8 miles and come back.
That's insane.
Yeah. Well, hell, Jacob was flying his, and he was in like what 3 or 4 miles away from his. A couple times he said. So
that's crazy.
yeah. But anyway, yeah, I talked to Jacob last night.
Yeah, I got to call him pretty soon, actually.
Yeah, he's doing his thing over in Bakersfield.
Well, Hunter, I appreciate you chiming in and just kind of trying to look out for me. I appreciate it. It's kind of hard because I got to talk about the case and everything, but I think I've been pretty careful about talking about certain people or saying the wrong thing for the most part. At least I've been trying to be.
And I want to tell you something. I said on a jury trial before. Sitting on a jury trial is rough, man, because you can't be on the internet, you can't be on social media, you can't discuss it with nobody. That's hard to do.
Yeah, if it gets to that point, then yeah.
They're restricted, and you know what? They're like they lock up. They think they lock up. But anyway, I can understand that. But all right, yeah. I'm not trying to change the subject or nothing, but what do you think about that Alex Murdaugh trial?
I haven't looked into it. I couldn't tell you. I haven't really. I just
Over
really
in South Carolina, the one that supposedly that got charged for murdering his wife and I think his son.
Yeah, I don't really know much about it. I haven't really looked into that case at all.
Well, he won the appeal because the clerk of court was discussing something she got charged for something for discussing the case, or she was going to write a book about the case, and went to the juries and started talking to the juries about it, But anyway, they charged her for something and turned around. He won the appeal to put it back in the court system. But he'll never get out of prison because he was charged with a bunch of money laundering suits and stuff, you know what I'm saying? On top of that. But yeah. All right, man. I don't know what time it is. I don't know what time it is over there, but you kind of stay hydrated and stay cool, and remember, you got this.
Will do, man. And thank you for calling. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. almost over here, so it's pretty late.
It's 5:55 here, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so you're 3 hours ahead of me.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
Be good. Stay safe.
All right, you too.
All right, bye.
Shouts to Hunter calling in. I appreciate it. Much love, man. Yeah, I mean, I think I've been pretty careful about, not saying the wrong thing or anything. I get it. Certain things that could possibly be used against me, but I think I've been playing it pretty safe for the most part. I don't think I had anything that I've said tonight that's gonna bite me in the butt. But I get it. Some people have had experiences. He's had this experience. He's experienced it before. But everybody's case is different. We all, and not only that, we're in different states. So the same way it went for you, it's probably not gonna go for me. But I appreciate the advice and stuff. Yeah, trying to play it safe and stay careful. It's the juice.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
How you doing, buddy? Good hearing from you. Sonny from Eastern Kentucky.
Sonny?
I talked to you a couple of weeks ago or something. And I just want to say, I hope and pray everything goes good when you go to court. That you shouldn't even have to even go to that. That's a shame that you all out there doing everything you can so you care about a family, but their family, and none of them are out there doing it. But you all are doing an awesome job, and I'm just saying, God bless you. Each and every one of you will be blessed, and we love you here in Kentucky. And I'm going to come to be a subscriber to you this month. I come to subscriber JR about 2 weeks ago, but he's not replying to none of my calls or messages or nothing.
JLR, he said?
Yeah, but I'm going to probably cancel his, and I still like JR, but I'm going to subscribe to you because every time you call, you always reply back to your fans, and we appreciate everything you do, and we love you, and we're praying for you. And hopefully they get that sheriff out there and find out who and what happened to Nancy. But I just want to call in and say thank you, and God bless you, and that you're an angel, and just let you know that there's people out there all around the world love you for everything you're doing.
Hey, much love. I appreciate that. I couldn't do it without all you guys, and just give JLR a little break. I mean, he's a far more busier guy than I am as far as the amount of people he has.
I think the word I've been watching him for ever since they had when he was going to Texas, dealing with all them people coming over from back when they was having a hard time where the Mexicans were breaking the border. He would go out there and do that. I've been watching him for years, and I love everything he does. But he's awesome.
Yeah, he is.
But
He didn't invite me on the panel earlier, though. He didn't invite me on the panel that he had earlier. Everybody was there except for me, so I might have to have some words with him about that for sure.
Yeah, I didn't think that was fair too. I've been noticing quite often them. It's all about the you know who. I ain't gonna say names, but there's a few that he's got as a pick, and that's who. But he don't invite you, and that's wrong.
Nah, it's all right. I don't take it to heart. I was just joking. But yeah, he didn't invite me though. But I could have texted him.
And you got the Lord. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't even take it personal. I'm just joking. It's all good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure everybody's mind was crazy with this new ransom thing going on. So.
Yeah, I hope y'all can get back out there, but I wouldn't go out there until you know for sure.
Kimberly, much love. I appreciate that comment, by the way.
No, it's safe.
Chris.
And that lady that's aggravating the hell out of y'all, the old lady, I think every one of y'all should have her subpoenaed in court and file a restraining order and file lawsuits on her for harassing y'all.
For who?
The old lady.
Yeah.
Comes up, takes the pictures and takes the people's license plate numbers.
Yeah, I know.
She says about everybody else, but she's doing the same thing by harassing people, and that's none of her business. It's not even her property. She should stay on her own property and mind her own business. and leave you all alone.
I agree. I think
And I'd willing to bet $500 to $1 that she's one of the main ones that doing all these calls.
Yeah.
When you all.
Yeah, Lola, I agree. Yeah, I saw that too. Everybody was saying something,
God
but
bless
he
you,
still didn't send me an
and
invite.
I'll watch
That was
you,
crazy.
and I love everyone that shows.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for all your love and support. It motivates me to keep doing what I'm doing. So I appreciate you.
All right, take care.
All right, man.
Have a
See you
good
next
day.
time.
Bye.
You too. We gotta get some flyers, guys. I gotta make some flyers so I can get out here pretty soon. And what? Where do I go pick them up at? I don't even think she emailed me yet. Maybe she emailed me and I didn't see it. She probably did, and I missed it. What? I'll see if I can find her email. I owe her one for sure. She made me some cards. No way. She probably emailed me. Oh yeah, she had told me to pick them up around noon, but I don't know where I was supposed to pick them up. That was a while ago. It was like 3 days ago or something like that. Let me see if I could see where she's talking about. South Chrissy, she was gonna make me some, or she told me she was gonna make me some. I just didn't know when she was gonna, and she didn't even have to do that. Man, I appreciate that. Try to see if she said where that I would go to pick them up. Let's see. Where could you could make flyers from somebody and have them, we can go pick them up from somewhere? That's crazy. Man, you guys are smart. I would have never thought of these things. That's why it's great to have you guys all. It's insane. Insane. Yeah, we gotta get on the ground, man. I want to try to go do some searching. I think it'll be interesting. JLR did say we're missing Juice. No, I'm just joking, man. I just had to give him a hard time. Not only that, he has my number, so he could have sent me it if he wanted to. But like I said, this thing is it's a lot. You know, I think our minds are on a million miles an hour when you just find out some new news and then you rush on stream trying to, you know, dig up every bit of little information that you can. So I'm sure his mind was going crazy. And there's always more time for other times. So I really didn't care. And I probably wasn't going to join anyway, to be honest with you guys, because I was doing something at the time. So I really didn't want to join anyway. Although I would have for you guys though. But I mean, I was kind of busy. I was kind of busy anyway. So it was all good. I was kind of glad he didn't. So someone sent me a search area that they wanted me to go try. I feel like somebody searched this area already. So Saguaro National Park West. And then they also put the Sonora Desert Museum and then Old Tucson. Do you guys know if anybody searched in that area? What's up, Adrian, by the way? I didn't even know you said, oh no, she said Julie. I thought she said Juice. RS says, Juice, check your email. I think I did just now. I didn't see anything new. Oh, I do see it. What is this? I don't know what it is. Oh, by the way, somebody sent me something. Here, I'll see if I can pull it up. It's kind of weird. Somebody sent me this earlier. I'll go back to that right now, RS. I just wanted to show these folks this real quick here. This is kind of weird. And this is the Find a Grave. And I honestly, I think anybody could do this. But whoever did this, you're wrong. Nancy has not, as far as we know, Nancy has not been declared dead at all. And she does not have a grave. So whoever put this on here, that's not right. But I guess somebody put her on this website here. And like I said, as far as I know, she has not been declared dead. Maybe this is their way of, you know, keeping her name out there. I don't know, but that's not something I would have did. That's just crazy. At first, I looked at it and I saw it and I'm like, what? No way. So whoever did that, you should probably take that down. Because that's messed up. I encourage you to take that down. Yeah, I agree. The guy from Arizona, yeah. I mean, people are just sick. They got to stop doing that. And the family can't even get a proper burial for their mother, and people are doing stuff like that just to go viral under the you know, they're not even gonna go viral like that. I mean, just for something to go viral. There's already been enough stuff that's interfered with this case as it is. So it's like, come on, people. Yeah, Lisa, if you're just tuning in, we've been talking about it. All the ransom notes are fake. Yes, they are. It is official. And somebody just called me earlier. They were asking, you know, how do I know whether or not they're legitimate? That's because major news stations like News Nation and several other news stations have published this. Okay, so they've came out and said the FBI reached out somehow, some way, and let them know that the ransom notes were fake. So as of today, we've learned that. And I just want to look at RS's email real quick to see what he's talking about here. He said, I found something interesting. I don't know if it has any significance or not. Just wanted to take a peek. Regards, Ray. Huh. What is this? Are you saying to go search out in this desert? I'm not too sure what this is. Maybe shoot me a message letting me know what you're talking about, because it doesn't really say much, and I just only have a picture of a desert, so I'm not too sure what you're getting at. Not too sure. Anyway, guys, I want to listen to the rest of this video real quick with Gary Bucato and Brian Enton. And then we'll take maybe a few more calls if we get any more calls, and then hop off here for the night. It's getting pretty late anyway. I really want to go out and start searching sometime by next week or the end of this week. Hopefully by the end of this week. I think that'll be good. And, you know, you never know what we might dig up. So I really want to get out here pretty soon. Let's play the rest of this just real quick here, and then we'll chime back in here on the chat and some phone calls here.
That could be coming down the pike. So the person is trying to say, just in case I get in trouble for this, this wasn't intentional. That's possibility one. Second possibility is that this is a phony cover story to hide the fact that it was really just a homicide and the accidental death was precisely what was planned the entire time. Another possibility is you're dealing with multiple psychologies. You have one person who's very cruel and didn't care, and another person who was sort of going along with it and was more emotionally attached to the victim and feels compelled to reach out and say, I'm sorry, and so forth. Another possibility is that you have someone who this individual doesn't have the same degree of lack of empathy and is trying to distance themselves emotionally from guilt or some other kind of thing. But you really run the gamut in terms of possibilities. One thing that struck me was that as a psychologist, I became compelled that the second note at least was probably written by a female. I think that is an interesting thing to think about. And I want you to know I'm not the only person who says that. I've heard it in the news that other people are suggesting that.
It was the sensitivity.
It's the sensitivity and the language. The language is almost poetic. It's peculiar. And
what? Hold on. Wait a minute. Go back.
I'm compelled that the second note at least was probably written by a female. I think that is an interesting thing to think about. And I want you to know I'm not the only person who says that. I've heard it in the news that other people are suggesting that.
It was the sensitivity.
It's the sensitivity and the language. The language is almost poetic. It's peculiar. And that is not how people write.
Now, we're already to an understanding that the ransoms are no longer real and they're all fake, but who does that tell you that may be due to the fact that he just mentioned that there's a possibility that the second letter could have been a girl? Not only that, they're sensitive, and poetic.
Notes. That came up with the Ramsey case. That the question of whether, remember the people who thought for a little while that Patsy wrote it, whatever, they analyzed the language. Does it sound more like it's written by a female or a male? But I think it was an outsider. But the point is that they pay attention to things like that. The sensitivity and passivity in the language can be a giveaway. I am inclined to think that the first note doesn't necessarily sound like it was written by a female. And what I'm sensing is a rupture between the people involved, which is what I hope brings the whole thing down.
The first one, I'm just hung up, and if it's true.
Olivia says, "Just please stop, please don't eat." I had to. It was just a little piece of burger left. Just a little. It was just a little piece. It wasn't much. I got some nuggets right here too. You guys want some chicken nuggets? Here, have a nugget. We had McDonald's. Take a nugget, guys. It's on me. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's okay. I don't want the rest. Go ahead. You can have them.
True. The hello Savannah to me. I don't know why the hello. It just almost from something about that just really stood out. Almost like a horror movie. Like hello Savannah. I don't know. That's not. I would never write a hello. So you know what I mean. I don't know why I'm stuck on that hello.
I know why have a salutation like that? It's a right. Exactly. It feels too personal. Friendly. But I'm telling you, I think there's something just too weird about the fact that
the juice. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, how you doing? This is Juice.
Who is this?
This is the Juice.
Is this Juice?
Yeah, this is me.
Oh, hi, how you doing? I don't know. Are you still online?
Yeah, I'm still live right now.
Okay, because I wanted to call in. I mean, I have a theory. I mean, I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I thought from the beginning when I heard about this case, I really thought that, in my opinion, that she was a victim of an opportunistic sexual predator. I still believe that. And I think it's probably somebody that was locally working, like a day worker or someone that worked, near her house or even worked in her house at one point. I think it's something like that. And even Nanos, like the second day this happened, I don't know if you remember, but you remember when he said something, he kind of let it out of the bag too in a roundabout way. He goes, we think we know what the motive is. And yes, this person could strike again. So everyone needs to be diligent and make sure their windows and doors are locked. Do you remember that?
I remember that. Well, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's, to me, says sexual predator right there. I really think they know that she was sexually attacked, but they're just not telling the public. That's just what I'm convinced of it. And I'm not even sure that this person even knew that she had like a well-known daughter that's on the Today Show either. Like everyone's just assuming like Nancy was targeted for money because of Savannah, but I don't even know if this person even knew about that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you could be right. Yeah, we don't know either. That's very
Because
true.
I've been listening to there's a couple of criminal profilers that actually said the same thing I'm saying too. A couple of them, and even Matt Murphy. He wrote the book.
Familiar with him.
He's like a criminal prosecutor in LA for like 30. He wrote a book called The Book of Murder. He thinks the backpack was basically items inside the backpack so he could sexually torture her and rape her. He thinks it was a rape kit inside the backpack. I don't know if you ever heard that. And I think that's the reason why she was removed, because whoever did this, I mean, I know this is a theory. I can't prove it, but I think I think her body was removed and then, he killed her or whatever he did because his DNA was all over her too.
Now
that's the reason too. And
that part I agree with. The DNA part, yeah. But as far as, I mean, I know I've heard this before in the beginning of time that this person could have been. I don't even like to say that or think of that.
I don't either, but listen, yeah. I don't either, but you know what? It happens more than you think. I mean, I even Googled it, and they talk about how, if you're elderly, you don't even age out of that kind of sick thing, because there's sick, deviant creeps that actually don't care how old you are to do something like that. You know what I mean? And they're saying it's common in nursing homes and all this. It's so disgusting. But I'm just convinced. I don't know why, but I've been thinking that the whole entire time. Unfortunately, I mean, listen, she was the perfect prey. Think about it for somebody like that. Yeah. The security system was horrible. She lived alone in the middle of nowhere, right? Easy access. She was the perfect prey, for somebody like this.
Yeah, it's just hard for me. It's hard to say to me because I just truly think that her subscription, to me, I think her subscription was not paid for intentionally. I don't think it was unintentional, but that's just me. But I don't look past your theory either. I mean, it's definitely possible. And like you said, there's you wouldn't believe what happens in nursing home environments. I work in one every single day. So, I mean, and I've never heard of that happening in my facility.
Okay, so you know what you're talking. Okay, because they're saying that some of these sickos, it's like a kink of theirs. That's why they target vulnerable elderly women and stuff like that. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I thought it just seemed like that from the beginning. I don't know, and I think this person could when I looked at the picture several times, I'm thinking that person might be not, somebody like Spanish or Middle Eastern or something like that too.
But perhaps that happened. What could have went wrong? Why would she be? What would have? Why would they need to take her? I don't think.
No, I told you why, because their DNA is all over her from after assaulting her.
Yeah, but that's after the fact. I'm saying I'm assuming you're saying that that happened to her while she was unalive or before?
I would say maybe before, and like the reason why she was bleeding is because, like, you know, there was some kind of torture or something going on. That's what it's just, I don't know why, but it's just something I feel. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but it's so disgusting to even think about. You're right, but I don't know why. It just, because why else would someone be there at 2:00 in the morning? You know, and it's not a burglary. Because you remember they said there was money left in her wallet. They didn't even, if it was a burglary, why wouldn't they take her money out of her wallet? You know?
Yeah, I mean, 2 in the morning, I think that's the best time to pull off a crime like that. I don't think doing it any other time, because no one's awake during that time. So
Exactly,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't do burglaries in the middle of the night. They try to do burglaries when someone's not there, like during the day or something.
right.
And
But
they
I
said,
mean,
you remember that hair? You remember the hair they found?
yeah,
Now, I don't know if they're going to come up with anything with that, but I heard they found that rootless hair in her bed.
yeah,
So,
maybe.
I don't know. I mean, I hate to think that this is what it is, but I don't know. I just think it's some sicko that's still out there. That's just what I think.
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, I was just more leaning in the direction of, you know, them, you know, I just don't, I think if I'm going to take somebody out their house or I'm taking them, I got to do it at 2 in the morning. At least around.
You got to do what?
If I'm going to take somebody, remove somebody from their home, it's going to happen during that time. It's more of a risk doing it at 11, even midnight's a risk because people are up that late. 2, 3 in the morning,
that's true.
that's
You're right.
more, you know, you're more liable to get away with it, or chances are somebody not seeing you, but that's just me. But you know, I don't, as far as that happening, you know, her being raped, I don't see that, but it's possible. Because I think they would have did it when she was alive, not, I mean.
Well, I think they did do it when she was alive. But I mean, but the thing is, that she probably they intentionally killed her when they took her out, or she died in the act of it or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, either way, they were going to remove her anyway, because the person's DNA your DNA would be all over somebody if you did something like that.
Well, I mean, if they were going to remove her anyway, then the intent was to kill. I would think. I mean,
both. I think it's both. I think there was both, because this person could be, like, you know, a killer predator and a sexual predator at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they're out there.
A really wackadoodle kind of thing, psycho. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I just think it's a good theory. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's a possibility.
But my concern though, if my theory's right and this person is originally from somewhere else, like Spanish or Middle Eastern, once they got wind that, like, this woman, you know, that Nancy, they realized, like, oh my God, this woman has, like, a well-known daughter and stuff like that, and they realized when it went all over the news, like, they freaked them out, and who knows, they could have left the country by now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they've had plenty of time to do that, and I think, you know,
that's what I mean.
Plenty of time to move her body too, if that was the case. But
because if that was me, like, if you try to put yourself into like somebody like this's shoes, and I got wind that, oh my God, this woman was related to this woman Savannah Guthrie, who's well known on the Today Show, and she's like a multimillionaire, and this became all over the news, I would be freaked out. And I came from another country. I'd be at the airport. I'd be like, I'm out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What?
Dispose of the body and get the hell out of here. That's what I would have done.
But how? You know, how would they? In what way you think that they would have disposed of her?
There's so many places, though, in Arizona, right? There's cliffs. You could just throw a body off a cliff over there, right?
No, we don't. Well, they would have discovered that. I think there's not many places to throw a body off a cliff here.
But isn't there a lot of places that you can just dispose of a body and, like, the animals and just the heated element would just like make the body disappear pretty much.
Yeah, but I think they would have discovered Nancy that way. I think they and it's not easy to dig here either. So I mean,
yeah, but no one's really searching. There's isn't there like so many vast, like
I mean, you're
hundreds of acres of?
Yeah, there's a lot of desert to cover, and we definitely haven't had nowhere near close to enough manpower to cover all of the desert terrain out there. So I mean, yeah,
Exactly. And then what happens if this guy was like really sophisticated, right? And he had like a burn box or something like that, and he basically like cremated her, so there'd be nothing left of her anyway, and he just threw it like into the wind or something.
that's more like it. But I don't know about her being. I think throwing her in the desert somewhere is taking a big risk. I don't think that would be pretty foolish to me, because I think somebody in a helicopter, there's more of a chance somebody discovering her laying out somewhere in the desert.
True, but there's so many ways to get rid of a body, though. Like, I mean, you can put somebody in like acid, right, in a barrel, and it would dissolve the whole body into nothing, like liquid. So I'm just saying, I don't know how sophisticated this person is, because that's what they used to do in the mafia, like way back when.
Yeah.
When they got rid of bodies, they would like basically burn the body, liquefy it into nothing.
Yeah. That's a way too.
But it's just my theory. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but like for some reason, it's just what I thought like right away. I'm like, why is this dude at this woman's house at 2 a.m? And then he's checking out the place before. It just reeks of sexual predator to me. I don't know.
Yeah. Dang, I didn't expect that one. That's a crazy theory. Yeah, I don't know.
It's crazy, but it's not that far-fetched.
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, because anything's possible at this point, but that was probably the last thing on my mind. I got to be honest. I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't think.
But didn't they say that the perp was in there for like 42 minutes or something?
Based on the timeline, yeah. But we don't really know how long they spent here.
Right. Well, it's plenty enough time to essay her,
Yeah, for sure. But we don't even know if Nancy even made it home, for sure either. So.
Well, that's true too. But I think they know. I think the FBI knows a lot more than what happened with her there.
By far, yeah. I think that they're showing the power that they have by being able to determine this note being fake. I think that kind of shows you that they got what it takes, and it started with the porch guy video. So,
right,
yeah.
And if they saw like, a situation like in her bedroom that made them think like, oh, we know what happened here, they're not even going to tell the public that. They're not going to tell. They might not even tell Savannah that. They might not even say like, oh, a sexual crime happened here. I don't think they'd even be releasing that to the public.
No, you're right. I don't see them telling us anything until they really have. I'm surprised they even told us that the ransoms weren't real, to be honest.
I didn't think they were real. You know why? There's so many reasons why I thought they weren't real. Because, like, if you were someone serious, first of all, you wouldn't go to TMZ. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's the first thing, is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And second of all, if you were looking, like, why would you only want one Bitcoin? Like, if you had nothing to do with this and you were, like, serious, you would just, like, willingly just give everything you have to the FBI. You know what I'm saying? It just makes no sense that they went through TMZ. It's ridiculous.
No, I think TMZ should have given that all to the FBI before they published it on their platform. But I think that really, realistically, they should have done that. They should have reached out to the family and demanded that ransom, had it been, legitimate, and tried with every bit of their power to not get law enforcement involved. That's the way I think the ransom should have gone, and that's what made me think that it was not real from the get-go.
Right. Well, you're right about that, and I hope I hope the FBI is trying to figure out who's doing all that, because they should be all arrested. Like, that's for sure.
I think they're working on it now. I mean, if they already haven't, they might not publicly, let us see that they've made an arrest for who's ever doing this. But I mean, for them to determine that they're fake, I think that they're probably already picked that person up. Or otherwise they realize something, but I wouldn't doubt that person's picked up by now.
Right. I mean, and there's like, I've looked into it. There's a lot of missing women in Arizona too, that you never even, like, I'm from New York. I live in New York, right? Like, I never heard of all these people that went missing in Arizona. Like, I never heard that.
Well,
the only reason you're hearing about this is because her daughter's well known. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but women outnumber men by far nowadays. So I mean, logically, that's probably how it should be, anyways. I mean, I know it sounds bad, but there's more women than men. So I mean, that's
right. But what I'm saying is, like, there was like a girl that disappeared, like got killed, and she was found on, like, next to train tracks in Tucson or something. Like, I never even heard of that story before. That's what I'm saying is the only reason this case has so much notoriety is because of Savannah.
Oh yeah, by far, yeah.
Right, like I'm saying, like if Nancy didn't have a famous, wealthy daughter, I don't even know if I would have even heard about this case.
Same time, maybe not, because of the way this has gone. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, but yeah, for the most part, I think you're right. I agree with you 100% on that. I mean, I guess it also depends on who covers this story as well. Because there's some.
Did you see? By the way, do you watch the Interview Room?
Yesterday?
No, the other day, Chris McDonough. He had a case where they think they might have found two brothers that are serial killers. They were like, raping Native American women and stuff there. They caught these two guys. They abducted this 13-year-old girl, and they held her captive, and they were like, sexually torturing her and stuff. Did you see the episode for that?
I've been pretty good about watching them, but I didn't. That's one I missed that one.
Yeah, they caught two brothers, and one of them was a registered sex offender, and like Chris McDonough thinks they possibly could be linked to like a lot more, women that were killed and stuff. They think they might have caught brothers that were serial killers.
Wow.
It's an interesting episode. It was on there the other day.
Yeah, I saw the thumbnail, the picture I think he had on but I didn't get to watch the actual video. Maybe I'll go watch that tonight.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It's interesting.
Scary world out there.
Yeah, we got to be careful.
I have to admit, like, as a woman, I'm always on my guard.
Yeah, you got to.
I walk around with pepper spray.
Yeah, most of my children are, well, half. It's actually half and half are girls, so I know exactly what you mean. I have to protect them at all costs. It's getting scary as they get older. So,
Are you originally from Arizona?
I've been here all my life. Yeah, I've never been anywhere
Oh wow,
else.
okay. So like you're aware of like a lot of stuff there. Yeah.
For the most part, yeah.
I mean, actually, I'm a survivor. Actually, I was molested when I was 10 years old.
Oh no.
By a teacher, actually, by my 6th grade teacher.
Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm
way back when what?
I'm shocked you're expressing that here on the online. That's very personal.
Well, I mean, it's okay. I'm not so. I don't really keep it a secret anymore. It's like part of my healing. I talk about it.
Yeah, dang, I'm so sorry.
It helps to not keep it in.
Yeah.
I kept it secret for a long time, but the last couple of years I've kind of come out about it.
Yeah. I can't imagine that. That would make me want to. I don't even want to say that on the air, but yeah, I couldn't imagine that. That's terrible.
I actually sued my high school over it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're rich and wealthy now.
No, I'm not rich. I mean, I got somewhat of a settlement, but I wouldn't call it.
Wow.
There was actually two other women that sued the same high school, but it was like different teachers.
Yeah.
And one of the cases was like so beyond horrific. There was another teacher in the school who turns it. You want to hear the story? This other teacher, this is back in the late 70s, actually, I guess. So this one teacher, not only did he molest some of his female students, but it turns out he actually molested both of his daughters and his granddaughter. Isn't that the most sickest thing you've ever heard?
That's just terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you don't realize that there's monsters like that out there, but like even I couldn't even believe what I read. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awful. That is awful. My goodness. There's some sick people out there.
There is, and we have, as a society, we have to, in my opinion, we have to stop denying that like this kind of sick stuff exists, because you have to expose it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess there's a way to do. I mean, there's a way to do that, but it's like how do you really do it and be effective though? That's I think that's the hard part. But
I mean, I think there's there's behaviors I guess you have to watch out for with people, and I think now in today's era too, there's a lot more cameras everywhere and stuff like that.
I think you should go around and share your story with people. That I think that'll be a good way to help other people.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot more awareness now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For that kind of stuff. I mean, that's why even like the government, that's why they got rid of like the statute of limitations for like historic sex crimes. So that's why a lot of people came forward and sued like the Catholic Church because of the priests and all that stuff too.
Yeah. Dang.
So we're getting better, I guess, but I don't know.
Well, I appreciate you sharing your story with me and taking the time out to call in. And you feel free to reach out and call me anytime, or you could text me anytime if you need to talk. I'm always here.
All right, definitely. My name, I don't know if I said it. My name's Donna from Long Island, Huntington, Long Island.
Wow, all the way from Huntington. Wow. Well, thank you, Donna. I appreciate you calling. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say thank you, and definitely, I'll talk to you again.
All righty. Much love.
You too.
And prayers as
well.
Thank
you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, bye.
We'll make sure that we say a prayer for Donna tonight. That's for sure. That's a personal story. I mean, it's to get past that point, to feel comfortable enough to share something like that to me with, I'm a stranger to her, so that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I hate to hear stuff like that. And as far as thinking of that taking place with Nancy, I'm not somebody who really believes that. That's been something that's been brought up often in the beginning of this case, but I don't think that took place. And it's possible, because you guys remember in the beginning, there was a lot of rumors going around, and somebody was saying that they took Nancy's sheet. And I think that's, a lot of people started to assume that, she may have been, raped, but I never really thought about that. It's crossed my mind when it's been brought to my attention. Um, but on a regular day, I don't ever think that happened to Nancy, and I hope not. I can't imagine. It's already bad enough as it is. So, and I don't even want to cover that topic. So I think we're just gonna go ahead and move on right away. I don't like to think about stuff like that. Anyways, I want to finish the rest of this because Gary Bucato had a really good point. Let's just go back real quick. I'm gonna shut down the phone line for just a second here. We'll take a couple more calls before I get off. But Gary Bucato had a really good point, and we'll go back where we kind of left off here, just real quick here. Listen to this here, guys. I think this is pretty interesting. Keeping it real. I don't know if I said hello to you tonight. Good to see you there in the chat, by the way. But thank you, Donna. Thanks for stopping by and calling, by the way. Make sure you guys say a prayer for Donna if you guys get a chance. Island says, Juice, you're so relatable and people love talking to you. There's a time and place for things. Yeah, I agree. I try to. I mean, I think one thing that I have to do every single day that I go to work is empathize and put somebody, I put myself in somebody's shoes all the time. And I'm very big on that. And besides, I've been through a lot in my life. So, it's, to me, it's easy for me to do. I could be neutral on the regular. I think it's just how I am, I guess. And I don't take back where I grew up and the things that I've been through because it makes me who I am today. So, I think some people just have to experience certain things to be able to understand where people come from and the things that they might bring to your attention. But that's also why you got to be careful who you share things with, because a lot of people really don't care. And it's hard to care if you don't really understand it and you've never really been through it. So, but anyway, let me play this clip real quick. I think you guys got to hear this because it's gonna have us thinking. And I always like hearing Gary Bucato because he's always got some really interesting things to say. Although I don't agree with his theory, though. I don't.
To hide the fact that it was really just a homicide and the accidental death was precisely what was planned the entire time. Another possibility is you're dealing with multiple psychologies. You have one person who's very cruel and didn't care, and another person who was sort of going along with it and was more emotionally attached to the victim and feels compelled to reach out and say, I'm sorry, and so forth. And another possibility is that you have someone who this individual doesn't have the same degree of lack of empathy and is trying to distance themselves emotionally from guilt or some other kind of thing. But you really run the gamut in terms of possibilities. One thing that struck me was that as a psychologist, I became compelled that the second note, at least, was probably written by a female. And I think that is an interesting thing to think about. And I want you to know I'm not the only person who says that. I've heard it in the news that other people are suggesting that
It was the
it could be a
sensitivity.
female. It's the sensitivity and the language. The language is almost poetic. It's peculiar, and that is not how people write notes. That came up with the Ramsey case. That the question of whether, remember, the people who thought for a little while that Patsy wrote it, whatever, they analyzed the language. Does it sound more like it's written by a female or a male? But I think it was an outsider. But the point is that they pay attention to things like that. The sensitivity and passivity in the language can be a giveaway. And I am inclined to think that the first note
Wow,
doesn't
what a
necessarily
good,
sound like it was written by
interesting
a female.
point.
And what I'm sensing is a rupture between the people involved, which is
Yeah,
what I hope brings the whole thing down.
the first one, I'm just hung up, and if it's true, the hello Savannah to me, I don't know why the hello, it almost feels something about that just really stood out, almost like a horror movie, like hello Savannah. I don't know. That's not. I would never write a hello. So you know what I mean? I don't know why I'm stuck on that hello.
I know that, like, why have a salutation like
Yeah.
that? It's a right, exactly. It feels too personal, friendly.
Mm.
But I'm telling you, I think there's something just too weird about the fact that the notes aren't directed to the entire family. I'm very struck by that. Very struck by that. And the use of the word we.
So who would it be directed to then if it wouldn't be directed to the family? If it's, pertaining to the notes, then what other possible person would this be directed to then? That's interesting.
The acknowledging her passing and saying it was an accident. The whole thing feels like somebody trying very hard to distance themselves, whether it is or emotionally or legally, from the entire thing, which is a good sign because it suggests somebody who wants to wants this over with, wants to break from the other people involved, wants to. I almost feel like somebody should put a message out there and say, "We think you want to talk. We think that you are grieving. Come forward, cleanse your soul. Come to and tell." And because I think that's a window that can be used. And the language was also very peculiar, stilted, like you would see in somebody who was kind of poetically inclined, a writer, that kind of person. The language is not typical of an uneducated kind of sociopath or something like that, right? It looks more like the writing of somebody who has had some education and is a sensitive person. So that struck me as very weird too. And then, of course, there's a possibility the note isn't real at all. It's just some imposter that's trying to mess with the head of some poor person that is suffering. So I think we have to keep all those possibilities alive. But it is a weird note.
Two questions. First, the female thing, where does that come from? What led you to think that?
It comes from the sensitivity in the note and the language use. The kind of passivity, sensitivity, and the poetic language are suggestive to me of a female writer.
So, like you said, it's more personal, as if it was directed to specifically Savannah. Although I don't know. I mean, I guess I overthought it because I thought, specifically family would be either multiple people in the family or one person in particular when it comes to family. I mean, I guess I just overthought it, I guess.
And I mean, I've analyzed writings by many offenders, and female writers have very different tone.
RS says a note was meant to interject a false narrative. Hold on here. I gotta pull that back up. It says that he thinks the note was meant to interject a false narrative. Criminals would say a little as possible to get message across, would reveal anything a profiler would use to identify them. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
They present things. This suggested, I mean, if you take the whole story together, porch guy against the person who wrote this note.
But then again, I mean, it's for a ransom though. So I mean, and then you take the second note into consideration. It didn't even revolve around anything that had to do with a ransom. So it was like I don't know. That's another reason why I'm like that. And I don't even know why they even called it a ransom at that point if it didn't even have anything to do with money. The second time they wrote the note, this person didn't seem like they even wanted anything, money wise. And that's why I say it's specifically to inflict pain. I don't think, whether it was real or not, which we know it's not anymore, but it just seemed like it was somebody getting back at somebody in the family. And it obviously has to be somebody specific. It can't be the family in general because they all do, from what I can see, Savannah's doing her thing in New York. Cameron's, way in Vermont. He's got his own thing going on. And then you got Annie here in Tucson. They're all separated. So, I mean, they all partake in their own things. They're not really one. At one point in time, they were one. But obviously, whoever's been affected by whoever did this to make somebody angry, or it's just some sick person out there. You know, it has to be specifically pertaining to a specific person. So I don't know. I don't know. Just a thought, though.
It's like you've got a male guy that's going to the door that's much more kind of unempathic and nasty and cool under pressure, and some more sensitive, emotional female figure. But it'd be interesting to see if that turns out to be accurate.
And when you said that one possibility is it's one person who's more kind of like just nasty and uncaring, and then someone who has a little more empathy and wrote the note,
Mm-hmm.
is that typical? I mean, when you see people team up to do bad things like this, is it usually like one of them is kind of a nicer one and one is the really mean one?
Well, usually what happens is when you have a person with a very strong personality that is manipulative or nasty or cruel, you can have the other individual who is pulled along with them out of fear or loyalty or love or something, some combination thereof, or financial dependency or whatever. And that individual can sometimes ultimately, when under pressure, crack and sort of reveal that they regret it a little more. And so, for example, when you are interviewing people that are accused of a crime and there's been a pairing of people, it's always good to isolate them and talk to the one who may be the more sensitive one.
Lisa says it seems like the ransom note author intended to make it seem like it was a family member, maybe purposefully to look like A wrote the second poetic note. Interesting. That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, when he brought up the fact that it sounded like it was poetic, that was the first thing that came to my mind. Not specifically what you're saying, but the fact that it could have been possibly her who wrote this. I don't know if Brucato thinks, it was her, as far as how he terms it, which would be chef or waiter. I think that there could be a possibility, if it was her that wrote these things or whatever, that, it would be, she would be the chef in this whole thing. And it's just a thought, it's not something I really think, but it's something that came to mind. Thanks so much for the jewel, by the way. Hope floats. I truly appreciate that.
Because you could sometimes get them to reveal that they've been abused or are frightened or felt pressured or whatever, and they'll throw the other individual under the bus. I ultimately think that even though everybody's looking at technology and DNA and everything, one of the things that may end this case is that one of the people, and what I'm convinced is a group effort, will ultimately talk, because it's. I think that there is this constant drumbeat. It's very hard to keep something hidden like that. I think these are people that are local. So you got the whole thing kind of going on all the time, and you get a little.
Wow, that's one theory. That's one theory. That's one thing that I think that I could agree with, that Brucato has said, that that there's a possibility that it's local. Because I have other things he says I don't really agree with. So I mean, that's cool. At least that's one thing.
A little bit of a kind of, like, if you remember the Edgar Allan Poe story, The Black Cat. After a little while, the pressure builds, and you just give in. And I think I can't help but think that somebody in this story, or if it's as simple as I don't want to get in legal trouble as much and I'll talk, but fascinating, no one's taken the reward.
If the notes are real, I feel like the last week would have been there would have been a lot of pressure on the people involved, specifically because it just felt different. The fact that we heard about what was in the notes and all the discussion has now been about who wrote those notes. Like, if you're one of those people that was involved and you think it was multiple people, um, it's just interesting to think about their frame of mind over the last week or two.
Absolutely. And I think that whoever we see on the camera, porch guy, was really just a kind of goon or confederate that was used to give the impression of someone who had no knowledge of Nancy beyond sort of studying her or trying to steal from her or something like that. You need some sort of goon to do that, because I think whoever is behind this has some degree of knowledge of her. They've worked with her, they've been around her, they know her intimately, something like that. So that you have to go out and get someone to give the impression of an outsider. That person has no stake in this other than some kind of gig. And that person, if caught, I think would rat out whoever's behind the curtain. But I think that yes, the whole thing creates a pressure. It's like a pressure cooker process. Sometimes authorities do that on purpose, and you create a constant drumbeat, until somebody finally cracks. Because it does appear to me, with the experience that I've had, that somebody in this story is a little bit more emotional and feels something about her, and someone else doesn't.
Mm. And I guess if the notes are totally not real, then the person who
Whole
really
other
did
story.
this is sitting there thinking right now, like, oh my gosh, I've got all
We're all
these
fools.
people. Yeah.
Yes. And that person, if that's true, that's an individual that simply is attention hungry and sort of sadistic, and is amused by the power of getting everybody to talk about this and all that. That may turn out to be the case with Mexico. Whoever made the tip about Mexico. If that isn't true, then what kind of person would do such a thing? Of course, you have to raise the question: is there somebody out there throwing out red herrings on purpose?
Yeah. I think that there's a lot of
Interesting.
different things going on, and this is just my gut
Hmm.
feeling. My
Yeah.
gut feeling is that these TMZ notes are not real. The ones
Hmm.
that the Mexico note is probably not, or the Mexico phone call, anonymous phone calls are
Hmm.
probably not real, but that the first two notes could be real because, first of all, the first one came so quickly after this all started, had specific information about where Nancy's iWatch was in the Apple Watch was in the room and the damaged floodlight, which yes, you could have figured that out. There's probably a way you could have made that up but
See, and this is exactly why this is going to be the hardest thing for me to look past, man, because this is exactly why I automatically assume that it has to be family. I don't know why, and I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that's one reason that you could consider, and one thing that makes me assume at times that is possibly family, because you're not gonna know these type of details unless you're two things: the perp, or you've been there. And one other person that crosses my mind, not just the family, but like the caller had said, is law enforcement. So it's only one of three things. And to me, that narrows it down when it comes to those ransom notes. Um, Even though I know they've been ruled out, now that we know that they're no longer legitimate, ransom notes, but it still falls back on somebody because someone has interfered with an investigation for quite some time now, um, because this has been going on since the day that Nancy went missing. So if that's the case, why would this person try to interfere in that way? And I mean, there's trolls out there that do the most craziest things that you would never imagine, but that, to me, this is beyond that. It's beyond that, because it's just a lot. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. And like I said, it's only can be one of three: law enforcement, a family member, and maybe we'll add one more in there: a family friend, or a porch guy. To me, that pretty much narrows it down. How you add a random person into the equation would be, I guess we could do five by saying it could be someone that worked on the home, or who's been around the home at some point in time, that may have, let's just say, maybe somebody that Nancy didn't know very well, and she wanted to offer them a place to stay, like she did, as far as letting somebody, more than once from what I heard, stay in the casita. I mean, so there's a lot of things to think about. But I mean, come on, who's going to go that far to the point where they're trying to pretty much mislead law enforcement? It seems like to shake up the situation and maybe even buy themselves more time. I don't know. I don't know.
Again, I just think that gives it some legitimacy. And then the fact that the second note where it said she was dead came from I forget how they worded it. It wasn't the same IP address, but it was a similar server, encrypted server. Those first two notes, for that reason, I have more interest in.
Yes. Well, see, the trouble is that, and this has been true, ever since at least Victorian times, when a case gets a very great amount of press, it brings out another motive in a different type of person, which is that you can sort of ride the coattails of a person who has actually committed a crime. Think, for example, of the infamous Zodiac killer, who was almost certainly taking credit for crimes that other people committed because all he wanted was the attention. It wasn't even necessary to commit the crime at that point. You read something in the paper, took credit for it in a letter, and next thing you know, it's the Zodiac crime. And so I think that it also can bring out that type of egotistical individual who just doesn't care that you're leading somebody astray. I am inclined to agree with you that the most impressive of the notes are the ones that you mentioned. My guess is that they authenticated the second one because it came from some source that was similar to the one that they're comfortable contains personal information. I mean, information about the what was on the scene. But we'll see.
You've been saying,
Vicky, so I'm going to stop that here. So Vicky, and if you guys want to check that out, this is on Brian Ensign's channel there. So I want to bring something up because, Vicky had reached out and sent me a message, and she says that it could also be a setup uh, to the nobody case, and to clarify, she is dead to provide proof to the courts she is deceased, so that can hurry along the process of getting Nancy declared dead. That's a good, interesting point. And I think that's an interesting thought. Interesting. I like that thought. Wow. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I mean, maybe so. Good morning, Maria. Good to see you in the chat. Says, good morning, Juice. They're trying to confuse us. Seems like it, right? Hey, how you doing, Vicky? I was just reading your message there. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. Hello, Juice. Hello, chat. Don't mind me, but I'm kind of nervous. But like I was saying, not making allegations, but just kind of like, in my opinion,
Yeah.
that kind of sounds like somebody who is sorry, like more on the sensitive stuff. But also, I think it's laying a narrative to point out in case they're going to be nobody case.
Yeah.
A nobody case, and they're laying out the narrative that she's deceased, that somebody had did away with her, and she passed. So when they go to the process of going to court, it'll be an easier process.
Yeah.
Saying that she passed away, they don't have to wait that 7 or 5 years. So it'll be left to the judge to decide if they'll go ahead with the selling of the house or turning over her property or estate. And I think that note kind of laying a ground to prove that she was murdered or something like that. That's just my kind of opinion.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And who knows? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and who knows? But I kind of thinking if we're on all on, most of us kind of have an assumption as far as that poetic thing, and that could lead to, like they say, it's a woman, and the fact that we know who's a woman, poet, and who is really tied to Nancy, and maybe something happened that they didn't expect to happen, or maybe somebody just was tired and wanted to be done with it, and this whole thing just went. They didn't expect it to get this big, but they needed to lay that narrative that to not prolong the fact that they're going to investigate, wait 7 years to declare her dead. Once they have proof that,
Yeah. And I think some people were saying that sorry to cut you off. I think some people were just saying that people they maybe one of the family members wanted her house, but that's besides the point. I think also who knows what her insurance policy was. I think that would also be a substantial amount.
It's got something to do with got money somewhere there, because somebody is still trying to get money out of this.
Yeah.
They don't even want that 1 point. They want a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So somebody is still trying to get, could be all wackadoodles and whatnot, but they seem to be laying a narrative in the fact that they want that home. They're trying to process to get that home from her, because at one point she was going to sell it, and then she declined to sell it. And there was rumors that they tried to move her in with them, and she didn't want to, and then so she didn't want to sell it. Then again, the way the neighborhood acts, it could be somebody in the neighborhood wants the property,
That's right. That's true.
Possibility. It doesn't necessarily just be the family. It could be somebody in that neighborhood, because there's a lot of development going on in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
A lot of homes are getting sold. A lot of buildings for development. So right now, I'm just on the fence who it is. But I'm glad Chris is getting in there and Karen, because he's elite when it comes to finding out facts.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, from the interview room, and maybe this will finally be where they remove Chris. No, man. Maybe this will finally solve the case of getting rid of him, prosecuting him, because he's done so much wrong. I don't know how he can be heading a department with all the things he's done, even if he had nothing to do with Nancy's thing, but he sure ain't doing nothing to solve it either.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
he needs to get out, because he makes his own law, and people are scared to come out. It's like the community don't want to come out and speak. Look how he arrests all you guys. Make his own law.
Yeah, and I don't even want to go back to Nancy's anymore, but you don't know how bad I want to go back, just because I want to, I want to fight, because I'm, it's just pretty.
You're right.
It's just upsetting.
Right.
Yeah, it's just very bothering.
Because they like telling me, can't. It's just like, that's the reason why you guys all went back, because Sue Ellen did that to all that rocks, all that cactus, to prevent you guys from going back. That's the reason why you and Alec went back there, is because of you guys' right to be there and not being swayed not to be there. But you know what? It's not worth it until you guys get it, until you guys pass all you guys, what you guys need to do with the court as you guys' cases. Get that done, because it's not worth it, because you guys still can search for Nancy, in the way you guys are doing it now. But you guys have to put your family and yourselves first right now. Even though we all want Nancy home, we want the people who's behind all this, prosecuted and want and find her. the thing is, we got to put your family first right now, because you guys are all in a bad situation. So you guys' hearts are in the right place for Nancy, but you guys got to put your wives, your girlfriends, your kids all first, because it's going to serve no purpose for you guys to be behind bars and your kids to be without fathers, you know?
Yeah.
So that's about it. And then to Alan, I don't know when she gonna get her day. Maybe someday somebody will. I don't know. Like you said, you're forgiving and stuff like that. But what she did is she rolled the ball into all you guys getting arrested. I don't know why. You
Yeah.
have to do this. But
It's crazy the
yeah,
way
that's
she
just
thinks.
my opinion. And I still got like a lot of different ones. Like that other girl that you wouldn't want to fuck. I went down that lane too, and I was thinking maybe that's the reason why Savannah them all don't want to speak on it. They don't want that kind of something to be brought up that happened to their mom like that. That would be some reason why they would all want it quiet. But who knows?
Yeah.
This case is very confusing.
It
Definitely
has.
one thing we know, Nano is no good. He needs to go. And, maybe other cases will be, and other women in that community and people in the community will be safer.
Yeah.
And I don't know. What do you think? I mean, that's
As,
just jumping all over the wall.
as far as what the
That thing that they build in a narrative to make a DC, so it don't go 7 years. It'll be classified sooner. They can get it passed sooner.
I mean, it crosses my mind. However, I don't, I don't think that, I don't know. I don't know.
Anything's possible,
Sometimes,
right?
yeah,
Right now, anything's possible. Everybody's opinions deserve, even if we don't agree with it, we can agree to disagree with
yeah,
people, but also respect their right to have an opinion.
yeah,
This is not nice, but like I always would say, like, opinions are like assholes. Everybody have one,
yeah,
you know?
yeah. That's very
Just to
true.
be honest about it. You know what? But it's true. Everybody has an opinion, and like it's like assholes because everyone has. But I respect other people's, even though I don't agree with it. I agree to disagree, and I know sometimes people can be mean and rude. I've read some of the way some people get irritated. Hey,
Yeah,
some people get bored.
I'm somebody who's open to,
You're very patient. I say, because even I, with some of your chat, I'm laughing through it. Some of them like, okay, how many times? I was, okay, you said bye how many times? Okay. It's funny, but you're a good person,
I
and,
try.
stay the way you are. And always remember, choose you're a good person. You come from the heart, and nothing can go wrong from the heart, because that's where God comes from, is the heart.
I appreciate that.
Stay that way. And, we know you got to fight, but always remember, you got to do what you got to do for your family priority. Your woman or your wife. In the Bible says the wives are always first, then your children,
Yeah,
So, yeah.
you're 100%
But,
correct. That's what stops me from going out there again in the first place, too.
yeah.
Otherwise,
Just lay at God's feet. That's all you can do, is put it at God's feet and leave it there and let Him be your guide. Because God has a plan for everybody. God has a plan for everyone. And we may not see what that plan is. We may not agree with it, but we have to believe and have faith in him. Yeah. Okay. Well, I did my best, and I mean, I have a lot of opinions. I'm still on the fence on a lot of them, but we won't know until it all breaks open, right?
Yeah, that's
And
exactly
we hope
right.
we bring her home. Hopefully, we bring her to Judge Five, Whether
Yeah,
we bring her home or not, can't say we didn't try. Our hearts were all in the right place. But God bless you and much love.
you too, and
Take care.
you too, Vicky. Thanks so much for
Love you,
calling.
my love. Cheers.
I will.
Take
I
care.
will. All right. Much
God
love. You
bless.
too.
God bless, chat. Take care.
All righty. Shouts Vicky. I appreciate her calling in and, just sharing her love and giving her support and sharing her thoughts as well. Much, much love to her. We've done it all, man. We've done it all. We've pretty much done all that we could possibly do in the neighborhood for the most part. I mean, you could always do more, but I feel like at this point we've done what we could. Annie and T live with Nancy for 2 years? That's crazy. No way. This the Juice.
Juice.
Hi, how you doing?
I kind of understand now why the Guthrie family didn't want to pay them ransom notes if the FBI is coming out and telling us they're fake finally.
Hit me with it. What do you think?
I think when Nanos came out on Friday and talked to the AM 1030 Buckmaster, and he said the FBI made a couple of arrests for the fake ransom notes, I'm just wondering how long it's going to take the FBI to come give us names. They tracked down Derek Colella from California. He has court tomorrow, so obviously they're going to be able to tell us that more people are involved, and they should be facing the same charges as Derek, the extortion charges.
Yeah. So wait, he has court tomorrow? That's tomorrow already?
July 2nd, yep.
Wasn't it
Colella has
originally the
court tomorrow.
30th? I thought it
No,
was
he
originally.
changed his plea to guilty so that he would just face extortion charge. He took the guilty plea, which is good in a way because that's going to save taxpayers money.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what made him do that, though. That's what's kind of weird to me. Although I don't think he knows anything, but I think that's just kind of odd.
Yeah, the FBI ruled him out. That's why they just gave him the extortion charge. And he decided to plead guilty to the extortion charge.
Interesting.
And I think that's kind of crazy that we find this out last night that the ransom notes are fake. But on Friday, Nanos talked to that radio station, Buckmaster, and told them that the FBI made a couple arrests for those fake notes. So when are we going to find out who those people's names are?
Where do I find that whole interview at? Because I only got the little bit of one part, which is only the part where he was talking about the streamers. So where would I find I mean, I don't know where everybody's listening to this whole entire thing at.
I think Brian Enton played. I think Brian Enton had it on that when he did that interview with Bricado.
Chat, you guys know where I would find that? That's crazy. I didn't know.
Yeah, because if he came and told this to the radio station on Friday, and then everybody's like, "Oh, Nanos is lying about that," obviously he wasn't. If the FBI was able to track those IP addresses finally.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, we just gotta wait to find out who these other people's names are now.
Yeah, that could be the move. I mean, that could be the break in the case for all we know.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of strange. It took 147 days for them to come say they're not real notes, and now we can understand why they didn't want to pay the Bitcoin $6 million, any of them ransom notes. So I think we're back to square one. We can start reevaluating the whole case again.
I agree. I wonder if they knew this a long time ago and they just finally was like, you know what, we'll give them that, but because Harvey's been entertaining these letters every chance he can get, and I don't even think he should be doing that. I really don't. It's bothered me since day one. I mean, why even express it to us if you're not even going to read it anyway? All it's doing is causing more confusion, and it's giving more. I think he just pretty much gave them unnecessary work. To be honest, that's just what I think, though. I don't think it was appointed. I think he should have just gave that information to the FBI, because they had to come out and waste time to even address this. I mean, otherwise, I think if he would have never put all of this out in the first place, it would have never been all this noise. He just created more noise to me. You still there?
Yep,
Okay.
I'm curious to find out. I'm just curious to find out who these new names are if they finally track them IP addresses, because you can't determine the notes fake unless you actually talk to the person who wrote them. So obviously the FBI spoke with the people who wrote them notes to be able to determine they were fake.
Good point. I question if they're local. That's going to be
If they had
interesting.
if they had such a hard time figuring out who they were, maybe because a lot of people assumed that they were probably coming from overseas, international, so maybe they got something. But to determine them all to be straight fake, they had to talk to somebody in person. The FBI ain't just going to say, oh, these notes are fake if they did not talk to someone.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that they were able to track this person down. But
either way, it's the same charges Derek from California is facing, extortion. Either way, so they need to bring them names forward so we can find out who they are.
I agree, 100%.
All right, I'll let you go. Nice yakking again.
All right, much love. Thanks for chiming in.
All right, bye.
Good point, though. Good point. I like the fact that he brought that to my attention. Yeah, now I wonder where this may take us if they do fit. I mean, if they do figure out, if they haven't already, which I think they did, who sent this, and it's crazy because to me, let's just say it turns out somebody that's local. I don't even want to say anything on that because I don't want to, let's not even touch up on that because I feel like I'm gonna say the wrong thing. And I don't want to say. I've already said enough, so I won't even go down that road. But we don't know that this person has no ties to what took place at Nancy's on February 1st. We know that the ransom notes are fake, but we don't know if this person has any type of, we still really don't know, but I don't think so. But if they are local, it's going to be interesting to see who it is, because it could be somebody who purposely tried to interfere or distract law enforcement, but who knows. Lost my thought here. I'm sorry, it'll come back around to me. Hey, good morning, Nancy. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know that, Thomas. I know it's called Buckmaster Radio. I looked it up. I wanted to hear a little bit of what he had to say. And here I'll look it up again. I don't know. I could not find that specific part, or I couldn't find it at all. So I just went ahead and, because Criminal Network posted it. Let's see if we can find it. Maybe I didn't look hard enough. Because I would love to listen to it. Because I know there was a lot more to the interview that we didn't get to hear. But I could not find it. Like, there's no specific link. I'll see if I can find it here. Show episodes. Oh, this is it right here. Oh, yeah. Is this the whole thing?
That they should remain. And it got to be a nuisance to the community, that neighborhood, so much so that we're getting reports every day.
Taken from her home in the foothills against her will. The Guthrie family continues to offer.
I could refer you to the FBI. All kidding aside.
Yeah. Now seems to be the wave of the present instead of the wave of the future. Yeah.
Also, a shout out to the Green Valley News and Soharita's son, big supporters of ours. Dan Shear, who is, I think is he still the editor of those two papers? Or I know he's the editor of the Nogales International.
He's all that and more. He's also the editorial director for the entire WIC newspaper chain. So he's a honcho in addition to editing words every day.
All right.
Busy guy still.
We have lots to cover with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano. Sheriff, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh,
well,
I was looking for you on TV. I'm sorry. Hey,
No, you're okay.
I just wanted to share my personal opinion, which I don't think everybody's going to agree with.
Yeah, please. We want to hear it.
Okay.
Maybe it is the answer.
I
don't know. I
think the way that the FBI approached the letters,
Generally, you make an
especially
announcement.
the last ones, was highly suspicious. And the way
Say that one more
TMZ
time.
talked about it, it was highly suspicious. First he reported it all to them, and they were keeping back and forth. Then all of a sudden, they went cold. Then they got hyped up about a documentary. I mean, I just think they were more invested in those last letters than they want to let on. Okay, and then we got our sheriff over here saying there was a couple arrests. I do not believe that. I do not believe that. That would have come out.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to blow that whole thing off. So I'm curious how TMZ is going to come at it. And I think because it's so sensational that they don't want to let it out.
Yeah.
Yep. And I really don't want them to. I mean, that's what I've been afraid of recently is, serving on a silver platter. Oh, come on. I mean, I'm not gory. I have just paid very good attention.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, they just haven't been honest with us.
No, I don't think so either.
I'm just not buying that they got more suspects. I ain't buying it.
I wonder sometimes what really led them to Luke. I think if they,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, that second call that we never will find out.
Yeah.
Oh, that must have been way more important than the first two.
Something had to happen because they got a court order. So.
Oh yeah.
I mean, to raid somebody's home, you got to get a court order, I believe. You don't think you
Okay,
can just...
they never told us how they got those calls. So what? Did Tommaso call them up and go, oh, I got these two calls? I'm curious.
You might have a good point there. There's a possibility that they could have been suspicious of them. And for all we know,
Yeah.
he could have misled them.
And they're being suspicious around Tommaso, too.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you just learn that when somebody's giving you too much information that don't make sense, it's because they're hiding too much. I mean, it's always the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to say.
You think the
I mean, I
family
have a
might be
view on the whole
involved, or
thing.
what do you think about it?
It's really weird because I think there's two places of involvement, and I think they connect.
So,
I mean, everything in here has connected.
So is that second one law enforcement for you?
The second, well, I'm talking
Marcus,
about
I
the
think
second
so too.
source of the perpetrator. I mean, I don't know exactly, but
Yeah,
that's
like
going
who
out in a
other
different direction. Mm-hmm.
what other party would you suspect, or you have
Oh,
a
they know
theory
that.
on?
Know that.
So wait, no
I
lead
mean,
and who else?
well, I don't know if he was involved. I'm beginning to think he must have been. He says it's his brother.
I don't really hear that one too much. Yeah, but I think he's got something mental going on.
Oh, yeah.
So
I don't know why he would insert himself. They're
Yeah.
going to kill him. But then again, they were going to kill him anyway.
So
If that's all true.
due to the fact that you think it's so, even though he's inserted himself, you still think that so you think he's telling the truth. In other words, like he's
That what?
So you
That
really
he's
think
involved?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, I didn't think so. I thought he was a victim. I mean, I can read people pretty good, and he's definitely healing from horrendous trauma. I mean, yeah. You just can't pretend that stuff.
I mean,
okay.
It's not that he's pretending. I think that just psychologically there's something going on in his head.
Oh, I agree.
But I know he's
I mean-
definitely going through something too, because he's said he's been going to therapy for how long? Like 12 years or too
right.
long?
And that his brother has threatened to kill his counselor as well. Well, not his brother, his family. And then, of course, all the stuff with, and Michael even called Sleuth, but I don't think Sleuth knew what to make of it. Oh, he texted him and called out his brother. I mean, I don't know. It's scary though, and I don't want to dig in there too far.
I just think if his brother was involved or he's got relations to somebody else, that he could find that information. I think, all, that stuff is all online somewhere, somehow,
Well,
some way.
He's sure afraid of getting popped.
Yeah.
So why? So if you're so afraid, why do any of this? Just run. Yeah, but I don't believe.
And he could be saying that it's really him, but he's, he, for all we know, he may not even have a brother, but I don't know.
Everybody's believing them that that's over. That was all a hoax. Now, going to give us no proof.
As far as Richard?
So, no, I mean, these emails that came out today.
Oh, yeah. We know for sure now that this is not, it's
all
not real.
gone forever and after. I just don't buy it.
We can finally all move on from the ransoms.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, and if this is the way the case is being treated, it's going to die off soon. They do not want us to know.
No, I think we'll find out either way, though.
Well, I hope so. I think it would implicate a lot of people. I mean, Nanos for one, just because of the way he's handled it.
I think I would have to agree. Yeah.
Thank you, dear. I follow you.
You talking to say it again?
I said thank you very much for your time, and I do follow you.
Hey, well, I appreciate you, spending your time with me as well and calling in and sharing your thoughts. I appreciate that, and thanks for following the channel.
Okay. Bye-bye.
God bless. Well, shouts to all of you guys calling in tonight, guys. I appreciate all of the love and support and everyone reaching out. It is currently, what is it, about 4:36. I want to actually listen to, let me just hear a little bit of this before I go here, because I want to see a little bit of what Nanos may have said. Not just him saying that, I'm not going to listen to the whole, maybe we'll just listen to this tomorrow. I didn't get a chance to listen to this, but I think he might have went somewhere else too and spoke to somebody else. And what's funny to me is this was really shocking. You know, it wasn't as shocking as it, well, because remember, Nano said that, he wasn't taking any more interviews in the beginning of time or closer to the beginning of time. And then fast forward, he's doing interviews with KBOA. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes out on the Buckmaster show or whatever. And I don't think this show is doing all that great. And I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but I don't think they're doing all that good. And this guy's been around for years. So I don't know what other radio stations that he cast on besides KBOA. I didn't even know KBOA had a radio station. That's crazy. Well, let me hear just a little bit of this, just real quick here.
Just a few weeks ago, we have now installed our second special enforcement team, another team of 7, 8 deputies and a supervisor. So you got now 15 people out there.
Any motor units?
Nothing, and motor units and traffic and all of the. So remember, my traffic division consisted of 4 motor cops. That's now gone up to about 8. But they also were responsible for major accidents, DUIs, all those investigations. And we wanted them out there enforcing traffic, which is tough. You got at least 15, 16, and we had 8. Yeah, about 24 people doing enforcement.
Mm-hmm. All right, and guys, we'll check this out tomorrow. I'm going to actually listen to this and go to, as I lay down in a bit here. Guys, thank you guys all so much. It's been a pleasure spending time with you guys all. Thank you guys so much for the love and support tonight. Shouts to everybody who sent love through Super Chats to Jules. And most importantly, I think you guys have sent your love to me with your time. That means more to me than anything. And love from me to all of you guys. Blessings. God bless you guys all, as always. I look forward to being on the ground by the end of this week. I really want to get out here and search for some type of answer by going around and showing everybody the pictures of the perp. And I think somebody also sent me some flyers, so I gotta see if I could have my girlfriend maybe go pick those up tomorrow. I don't know. Thanks so much for the jewels, by the way. If that was my mom, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyways, guys, I hope you guys have a great, wonderful night. It's been a great night as always. Let's continue to keep Nancy's name out there. Let's continue to dig up information and whatever it takes to bring justice and closure to the Guthrie family. She deserves it. The family deserves it. That's about it, guys. That's about it. Much, much love. I'll see you guys next time. God bless. It's your boy, the Juice. And I'll see y'all next time, man. I hope you guys all have a wonderful night.
We won't bow down. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide, here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise.